Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well tonight. Yeah, Capu, Dirt Dog, Kojin, Ruby, Andrew. Hope everyone's doing well this fine Tuesday evening. Really quick stream schedule updates. So, tonight is going to be the final stream for this week. And, the reason for that is because I am going to be gone this weekend. I am going to be going to a family member's wedding. I'm going to be leaving Friday morning, so I'm going to be gone the entire weekend. So unfortunately, that means I will not be able to stream on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I want to stream Wednesday and Thursday to make up for that, but unfortunately, I got prior commitments to take care of, so tonight is going to be the only night I can stream, unfortunately. So just a quick heads up on that. I'm going to give another update about that on Twitter and Discord itself. I hope you guys don't mind the additional at everyone. But, you know, I figured me being gone for a weekend is worth noting. Aside from that, though, that's, trying to think if there's any other news I need to share. No, that's about it. Alright, how about we get started? Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Last time, we finished up chapter 9, where we, learned some really interesting information and secrets about the town. So apparently, magic doesn't exist in this town because apparently the shade people that we found in the forest were like invisible stagehands that were able to manipulate magic to happen through the use of illusions. I'm not surprised because that's the kind of batshit insanity that Professor Layton games kind of come up with. And apparently there are no such things as witches at all. And I'm like, that just raises more questions than they answer. But now, the victim of our current trial, the storyteller, just came out of nowhere, and now we gotta talk to him as our witness to prove that, you know, our client, Espella, is not actually the Great Witch's Bezella, because magic doesn't exist, but apparently Bezella does actually exist. So, even though magic doesn't exist, the Great Witch Bezella exists. There's a lot of stuff we have to explain. Also, Phoenix apparently was an idiot who doesn't realize invisibility also means you can't see it. It's weird. Epilogue, the first story.
I don't quite know what to say. I am truly shocked to see the storyteller again alive and well.
This was unexpected by me too, as I did not plan to appear before you all again. I was convinced that you would all see the last of me at the parade.
But this is the trial for your murder! And you are alive!
Yeah, see? No one was killed, so let's call this whole thing off and never have witch trials again.
Whoa, Maya, take it easy. We're still in court, remember. Keep your hands down. We don't need more dabs in here.
But what's the point of this? The storyteller wasn't killed. Espella would never do anything to harm her dad.
Oh, first objection by Layton tonight. Only it was as simple as that to end this trial. However, it is not, Miss Faye. Please stop swinging your arms at me.
But Professor!
Search your memory and you will know the reason why. Hey, Gaddy. The crime Miss Cantabella is accused of is not just murder. No worries about it, Gaddy. Go grab dinner when you need it. Purpose of the witches' court is to sentence the witches for what they are. Isn't that right, Mr. Storyteller? Fully intend to expose the true identity of Bazella. And this would not be possible without you, Mr. Storyteller, on the witness stand. I see. And so you assumed the role of an inquisitor just to lure me here? Be that as it may, the Inquisition still maintains that Spella Cantabella is the great witch Bazella. Dad. It's been a long time at Spella. 4 years, in fact. Must have experienced many hardships, living among the townsfolk. This daughter of mine never fits in with the others, no matter how hard she tries. Mostly because of the fact everyone's designed like Professor Layton characters, and she's like one of the few more, I hesitate to call Ace Attorney realistic, but let's just say less cartoony character design. Yeah, she's one of the lesser cartoony designs. Yeah, anime, perfect. She's more anime.
No, it isn't quite like that. There were people who supported me. Patty was very kind, and the customers who came out to our bakery were nice to me.
Rightian, exactly. I'm happy to hear that. I'll say, hey, Kojin, sorry if I didn't greet you earlier. I wanted to watch over you ever since you left for the town. But in the end, I failed to do so. I had no idea of what was happening to you. I am very sorry, Isabella.
Oh, Dad.
It's really strange to hear Isabella refer to Storyteller as Dad. Like, doesn't Isabella seems like the type of girl who would call her dad father or something like that? I don't know, she always came off as a very polite young lady, so it feels like she would be the type of person to say father.
You don't need to apologize to me for anything. It's me that owes you an apology. I was trying to...
What? What? Where is this going now? I was trying to hurt you. It was all my fault, not yours. There's no reason for you to blame yourself. Oh my god, is the finale of this game actually a reconciliation between father and daughter? It totally is, isn't it?
Dad, I'm happy we got to talk, and now I'm gonna die. Bye.
Spella.
You were so busy writing everyone's stories that we stopped talking to each other.
Oh my god, is this a 90s comedy where the father is neglectful, so he has to like go undergo a magical curse that somehow turns him into like, I don't know, a snowman, force him to always tell the truth, be Tim Allen, etc., etc.
Before, it was different. You used to have time for me.
Please forgive me. Why did it have to come to this? Mr. Storyteller, it's time to put everything in order now. This is now Ace Attorney, exactly. Townsfolk and your daughter deserve to know the truth. The truth about yourself and the story. Yes, I suppose it is time I told you the truth. Your Honor!
Yes, Mr. Storyteller.
Let us begin. In this trial, I shall be judged.
Understood. The witness shall testify. People of Labyrinthia, we have gathered in this court. I will now tell you the true story. Many of you will certainly find it hard to believe and difficult to accept. Nevertheless, I ask you to please lend me an ear and listen with open minds.
Later, Gaddy.
Although you know me as the storyteller, I have one more identity. I am the president of
What? What? Where is this going?
I am the president of Labrillium Inc.
This whole town is one of Labrillium's research facilities. It may be hard for you to comprehend. This land is rich in a very special substance, which affects everyone who lives here. This substance enables the manipulations of people's minds, and that is what Labrillium is researching. This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects. This really is M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. We are actually in M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. What? What? What do you mean this is all a research facility? We were transported into a book. What do you mean? How do you explain the flying witches that attacked Layton in London? I don't understand. Me neither. And even in face of this, Isabella still says to Bernie if you gave over. That's Ace Attorney for you, Bermseye. What? I don't understand what I just heard.
I do not blame you.
Yeah, no shit, because this makes no sense. Hang on, I need more details.
Suppose all of the townsfolk are just as confused. Labyrinthia is an artificial town created entirely by me. But of course, as artificial as it may be, it is the reality for those that live here.
Why? Why would you even do this?
For the past 10 years, I've been bringing the illusion to life by writing the story. I am lost for words. Feels as if the whole world has been turned on its head.
Why did you try to murder Professor Layton using knights? There are so many moments in the game I'm like, what's the point? Why did you do this? What purpose does any of this serve? Were you committing crimes? Is this illegal? This may be illegal. I wonder if the judge is actually the Ace Attorney judge. That'd be really funny. Oh man. Oh, Mr. Judge, we would love to have you partake in our little experiment.
Oh, sure, I will love to take part in science experiments. What is it that you need me to do?
And then they just throw magic powder in his face and his memories are wiped.
Your Honor, it is certainly not an easy matter to grasp this new situation at once. Regardless, I suggest we hear more of what the witness has to say. Yes, I agree. Let's continue. The defense may begin the interrogation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Phoenix is about to be a representative to sue literally everyone. Phoenix is going to make off like a bandit after this.
Although you know me as a storyteller, I have one more identity. I am the president of lab blah blah blah.
Yeah, same here, Phoenix. This is too much. I don't even know where to start.
Labrelium Inc. That's a name I have never have heard before. It's a global pharma.
Oh my god, they actually are Umbrella. It's a global pharmaceutical company
with headquarters in England. My memory serves me right. It was founded by Arthur Cantabella.
Arthur Cantabella. Ha 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 ha.
Indeed, that is my true name. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, sure. I've heard of Labrelium Inc. Oh my god! Labrelium actually is an anagram of Umbrella! Oh my god, your guy's right, it is! He actually works for Umbrella! This is actually a crossover with Resident Evil 2, what the heck? Is that actually intentional?
Labrelium Inc. is known for developing a completely harmless anesthetic about
20 years ago. Hang on, let me think about this for a moment here. This game came out in, what, 2012? Okay, that's a little before Resident Evil's time. I was about to say, if this was actually the 20th anniversary of Resident Evil, that would have been hilarious. Can't believe Umbrella straight up said fuck Raccoon City in the US, I know, right?
It's now widely used in hospitals all around the world.
I mean, Layton, you say that now, and then you find Luke being ravenous and wanting to bite your neck off. And Arthur is probably a reference to Ghosts and Goblins. That is also a possibility. But I think it's mostly a reference to Arthur, author, you know, that. Like Woot mentioned.
Companies also worked on various other plant-derived sedatives, revolutionizing medicine.
Ah, yes, I too love the first aid sprays from Resident Evil.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your vast knowledge, Mr. Layton.
Objection!
That's irrelevant! The fact is just based on the real world we're from, not Labyrinthia. You know what? Perfect timing, Andrew. I was thinking about the exact same thing. You know, I normally know the author lyrics by myself, but unfortunately, I'm not the best when it comes to memory, so here we go. You know what? Hang on. Let me think of a funny voice I can do for this. What would be a funny voice to do the Arthur melody?
Every day when you're walking down the street, and everybody that you meet has original point of view, and I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. If you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart. Listen to the beat. Listen to the rhythm of the street. Open your eyes. Open your ears. Get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message. It comes from the heart. Believe yourself. Believe in yourself. And that's the place to start. And I say, hey! What a wonderful kind of day. If we can work together and play. And get along with each other. Hey! What a wonderful kind of day. Hey! What a wonderful kind of day. Hey! DW!
Hey!
Ah!
I kind of went into Christian Bale Batman for a moment there. You're not wrong, Andrew. God, that was killer on the throat. Hang on. I can't believe DW is fucking dead. See, that's what happens in the time skip in Arthur.
The real world, Mr. Wright. Then what would you call the world we are in now? You think this is a fantasy? Is this real life? Or just fantasy? Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality.
No, that's not quite what I meant.
Mr. Wright, I do not mean to be so rude as to presume I know what your thoughts are running through your head. However, Labyrinthia is certainly not a place within a book or in the past.
Okay, then explain how we were transported into a book at the beginning of the game.
Labyrinthia is a part of the world we know.
And I find that incredibly hard to believe. How the hell has no one noticed all the missing people? Huh? What?
But how could a town like this exist in the real world?
Think it is impossible. Why would that be? You saying that everyone would know about an unusual town like this if it existed.
Layton, don't give me that face! That's exactly what I'm asking!
It's something like that. Anyway, it would be on a map at least.
I wouldn't say that much, but I would definitely think people would notice if you built a medieval town in the middle of London. Or at least somewhere in England.
No, I'm afraid that cannot be so.
Huh?
This town is not marked on any map. Doesn't officially exist.
So this is illegal. What do you mean?
The answer is quite simple.
This whole town is one of Labrellium's research facilities. It may be hard for you to comprehend. Are you allowed to make an entire fake city in a research facility? This whole town is a research facility.
Yes, this whole area is a private property of Labrellium Inc.
So they own all of this land then?
That is why Labyrinthia is not marked on any map. And people from outside cannot enter. We have taken measures to ensure that this town is not noticed by local residents.
Bye. What measures are you talking about?
Consider the fact that magic is supposed to exist in this town. Have special mechanisms that were used to create magic also serve to conceal Labyrinthia. There are limits to what magic the Shades are capable of producing on their own, after all. That is the case indeed. The magic in this town has been made feasible owing to the latest technology.
That didn't answer my question. How did no one outside notice? How did no one outside notice?
Technology? Tricks? I cannot believe this.
Yeah, me neither, because you didn't answer the question. You changed the subject.
However, there is one question. There is no industry in Labyrinthia. How do you obtain necessary commodities? Very observant, aren't you? All commodities are regularly shipped in by sea. A young man once made his way here on a freighter and took his spella out of the town.
How does this go from a crossover to the Salem Witch Trials to an Umbrella Conspiracy by Capcom?
That was Carmine Accidenti, a friend of mine.
So is Carmine actually dead? Or Carmine? Whatever his name's pronounced as? So is he actually dead? Did the storyteller commit a murder? Did he pretend witches attacked? How did they get the car into a tree?
I see.
When the campaign goes off the rails, the DM has an improv. I know. But is something on this game really possible?
As you might suspect, it would be beyond the power of Labyrinthia Inc. to keep a facility this size a secret for so long.
Yeah? Yeah.
Labyrinthia is a project co-founded by the British
What? This is government funded too? This is what your tax dollars are going, well, tax pounds, euros, whichever. What? Hi, Max and Lundea. National security. What? It's a government project, but what would there be their stake in this? Even the writers don't know.
It's all because of my beliefs.
What? His beliefs? What?
By the way... Yes, Your Honor. What is a research facility? I've never heard of anything like that before. Ah, yes, that was careless of me. Naturally, you wouldn't know what it means. How should I explain? This whole town is my creation. Ah, that's what it was about. In other words, it's all your story. That makes it all clear.
Swing and a miss, Your Honor.
Getting back to the topic. There is an important reason why we have chosen to build such a facility here. This land is rich in a very special substance which affects everyone who lives here.
A special substance? What does it actually do?
This area has been isolated since the ancient times, developing its own unique culture. There are underground ruins on the verge of the town. Found writings there, presumably left by the natives of this land. Bell that was supposed to be there was missing. So you have seen the ruins. I suspected that you would find them. And perhaps you also have noticed it's Las Plagas from Resident Evil 4, sure. Not everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition. A peculiar condition, you say? I can't just sit here quietly like a patient old man when you're saying such things.
How's my day? Very tired, very hot, very exhausted. But it's all good.
Just what kind of condition is it? You have every right to know. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck.
Metal? What kind of metal?
Pure silver. And so there is not a single object made of silver in Labyrinthia.
But, okay. Want your rain? I'm good, Lindea. So is everyone here vampires and werewolves? Sure. Just imagine what disaster a fancy dinner would be if everyone fainted whenever they used silver cutlery.
This condition is an integral part of magic.
How so?
All inhabitants of Eldritch Woods carry small silver bells.
I see now. The shades ring the bells when they need to create the illusion of magic. So we literally been passing out every time quote-unquote magic happened. Explain Godor. Explain freaking Godor. Explain how you create a portal.
Everyone present falls unconscious and the shades set to their work.
Okay, I can believe in gold Layton. That's fine. This technically makes sense in a really stupid way, but explain portals.
Oh, look where that shade's hand was. So that's the secret of the time sealing magic Dark Law told us about.
Now that they mention it, Kira had a small bell with her when we saw her back in the marketplace.
I've been researching this condition at Labyrinthum Link. And finally, we discovered its cause. It was the groundwater.
Okay, groundwater. A small door or pathway in green walls. How?
Water causes it. Groundwater contains a certain unique substance found in the soil in this area.
Green screen. How do you put your hand through a green wall then?
So if you drink the water, you get this silver allergy thing?
There was literally something in the water. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god.
But of course we've been drinking it. It's impossible to live without water. Of course. That's why everyone who lives here has that condition.
What? Why would you give it to your daughter then?
Oh dear. Needn't worry, this condition is harmless, especially as silver is unknown to the townsfolk.
Something's still not quite right, though. If the sound of silver bells make people pass out, why don't the shades pass out?
I mean, I was going to point that out, but here's another thing. How the hell did they knock out Professor Layton, Luke, Phoenix, and Maya when they read the goddamn book? They did not drink the water. They wouldn't have been able to knock them out. Unless they somehow got infected by the water somewhere else. I don't know where they could have, though. Is it from interacting with Is it from interacting with Ispella? Did Ispella somehow contract them onto them?
Although the effect of the substance in the groundwater is powerful, it doesn't last long. The condition will vanish after a day or so without drinking that water.
That's convenient. Also, easy answer. Frying pan. Ah, I see. We're in the land of Corona. Got it. How have Nick, Maya, Luke, and Layton not suffered from dehydration?
As substances' effects aren't limited to humans, it can also affect plants to a great...
What does this have to do with anything, but okay.
Plants are affected by it. Our research was focused on the plants rather than humans. The substance enables the manipulation of people's minds, and that is what Librarium is researching.
That sounds really scary. Just what is this about?
The substance enters the groundwater, affecting organisms that consume it. People who drink it daily acquire that odd condition, all unconscious upon hearing the sound of silver metal. Yes, although the substance in the groundwater also has a tremendous effect on plants. Wildflowers in this area contain a certain poison. Upon my beard, poison! This poison doesn't harm the body. It has the effect of manipulating the mind.
So it brainwashes people. I'm starting to see why the government wants that.
We're the government. We're the government. We're the reason nothing works.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which. Oh, hey! Bachan! You offering me some water?
Ah, get your filthy robot water away from me! I've been writing the story for 10 years. The title of the story is Historica Labyrinthia. The ink I used to write it was made from those plants.
What does that have to do with anything? Oh, Nick, do you remember how funny the ink smelled?
That was the gas released when the ink evaporates. And that's where the trick is.
What?
Those that inhale the gas become extremely susceptible to...
So Phoenix and Mai have been snorting chemicals. I guess? You mean brainwashing?
They will believe anything they are told or anything they read, however strange or unrealistic.
What? Is this you trying? Are you manipulating us right now by telling us this utter nonsense? What?
It will be imprinted into their minds as the truth. But, so that was the true purpose of the parades. Pages of the story written in that special ink were regularly distributed among the townspeople. It was done so that everyone would be in a state of hypnosis.
Everyone is hopped up on hallucinogenic drugs.
Indeed. Creation of a fully controlled town with the inhabitants subject to long-term hypnosis.
This is the most evil fucking plan I have ever heard. We were experimenting on brainwashing and brainwashed an entire town of people. Does that mean I didn't win the lottery? No, Led, you sadly didn't.
That was one of the topics of our research.
It's just brainwashing. Ah, yeah, no, what do I know? Free will? What's that? We're all living in illusion. Then the story that was written into Historica Labyrinthia.
Could call it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Realized through the shade's work in the hypnotic effect of the ink vapors.
Okay, now explain to me Great Witch Bazella.
Is that how it was all this time?
Labrelium used hypnosis to control all these people. Wait a second. How much of this is true? I'm starting to wonder if, like, all of this is actually made up bullshit by the storyteller to cover up to save Espella. I don't know how much of this is actually true. How's a hey, Seesaw? I can't believe that the government was supporting that. Oh, I can believe it.
This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects.
All the people subjected to this experiment have all been living here all this time.
No, we started with just a few people, gradually getting more and more. I must say that I'm afraid of what the answer to this question might be. Must say that I'm afraid of what the answer to that question might be. But where did these people come from? You haven't resorted to abduction of any chance, have you?
Just enjoying my reaction to this plot twist? I don't know how much of this is actually true. I feel like some of this is bullshit because he just wanted to keep Espella from dying. Why would the shades return to people being experimented on? I think they don't even realize that the experiment was a thing going on. They just have their memories wiped because of, you know, the whole silver thing. Drink your definitely normal, not laced water. Thank you, Kojin. You people! What am I doing here? What's going on? Why am I a cute anime girl? What's a Paper Mario sticker star? Have you reached caveman brain yet? Whose limit? I'm a successful entertainer. And well, now I know you're lying. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Every test subject signed a contract with Labrelium.
Oh, wait. So people agreed to that? Okay, so people were agreeing to be test subjects? A contract to have their memories erased and be used like pawns in a story.
Current inhabitants of this town have one thing in common. They were all dissatisfied with their lives and wanted to start anew, forgetting about their mistakes, forsaking unwanted identities.
Oh, so that's why Fiora decided to agree to become a witch murderer. Got it.
There are more people like that out there than you might think.
That might be the one thing I actually believe is true in this game.
They have all agreed to participate in our research.
But that's insane!
It's not as unreasonable as you suggest. We give them a new identity, a chance to start their life again. In return, they subject themselves to hypnosis and live this town as our test subjects. In order for this town to be possible, we suppress their memories of the past, including the memory of signing the contract. So ultimately, they're not aware of what is going on.
Okay, then explain Professor Layton and explain Phoenix Wright and why are they here? Why did you kidnap 4 people? Why did you kidnap 4 innocent people? And why did you murder Carmine?
I couldn't agree more. I've got no idea what's going on.
So is this judge the real Ace Attorney judge? That's what I was asking, Lundea.
Let me make this clear, Mr. Wright. We do not erase their memories, we suppress them. They will regain their memories of life before Labyrinthia once their contract is over.
So, this place was uninhabited before you started this research 10 years ago?
And you've managed to keep everyone in a state of hypnosis for 10 years straight?
You really hypnotized someone for that long? I mean, 10 years is one heck of a long time.
It was achieved through the distribution of the story through parades. The ink vapors have a powerful effect, but it wouldn't last 10 years, of course. With each parade, the effect was renewed. That's why the parades took place at regular intervals.
What if someone built up an immunity to the ink vapors? You know, like Dread Pirate Roberts, where it's like, oh, I just like tested a whole bunch of poisons and now I'm immune to poison.
That was the true purpose of that event. I have been born and raised here. It was a poor and small town with no industry to speak of, that had fallen behind the times. Ever since I was a child, I had one friend that was especially close to me. He was a bright boy, curious about the world. His name was Newton Belduke.
Oh. Oh. I just realized that Belduke was the only one that left a body. He was the only one who actually died. Everyone else all the other deaths were faked. Belduke's was real. Oh.
Sir Newton Belduke, the alchemist.
So they were childhood friends? The plot thickens.
Shut up, Maya.
Had always been interested in the unique features of this land. There was really nothing here, but to us, this area was an excellent place worth exploring. And one day, we made an astonishing discovery on the outskirts of the town. We stumbled upon the entrance to the underground caverns leading to the colossal ruins.
Whoa, look at that, Newton. This is amazing. This strange writing, I've never seen anything like it before.
Found ancient writings in the ruins. Newton managed to decode some of them. According to our findings, a highly advanced culture had existed on the land where our little town was built. Some great calamity had befallen the natives and they migrated elsewhere.
You know what? I just realized, why didn't the Hyruleans just migrate away from Hyrule? It's like, oh man, Calamity Ganon has taken over our royal family. Well, time to peace out to another land. They believed that plants and water in that area were cursed by an entity they called the Great Witch Bazella. The natives sealed the curse within the ruins and left in search of a new home. Let's just take Hyrule Castle and push it somewhere else! Exactly! That is all that we managed to decipher. Bazella's curse? It was sealed in the ruins, you say? Would that be the Bell of Ruin? The Bell of Ruin.
Oh, that's the bell from the bell tower. I wonder why it's got an ominous name like that.
Regrettably, we couldn't get any further information from the writings at that time. Needless to say, Noon and I were very excited about the discovery. I knew it! This place is special! It has some kind of mysterious power! If we could find out what it is, our humble town would become famous! You know what? I'm gonna do that. I will unravel the mystery of this place. And so, Newton began studying the indigenous plants and the substances dissolved in the groundwater. On the other hand, I studied economics and management at a university in London. I dreamed of bringing prosperity to this poor, forgotten town. I wanted to change it for the better with my own hands. Meanwhile, Noon has succeeded extracting a new anesthetic from the local plants. Was that the anesthetic which led to the foundation of Labrelium? Yes, it was a huge success for Labrellum Inc. Before we knew it, we were making a fortune. We wanted the whole world to hear about our hometown. Alas, fate was not kind to us, as we never realized that dream. Some asshole by the name of Edgar Wesker decides, oh hey, let's just like poison an entire mansion and make them zombies. Everyone was too busy focused on that. Everyone in our town had died. Oh, wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, not Edgar Wesker. What am I talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, shoot. Why am I blanking on Wesker's first name? Albert Wesker. Yeah, why did I say Edgar? Yeah, I don't know why. My brain was just farting like nobody's business. Just what on earth happened to them? That does not matter anymore. Was it a fire? It was totally a fire, wasn't it? We purchased the environs of our town. The mountains, the lakes, the plains, everything. I have Final Fantasy VI on the brain? Probably. I was also probably thinking of eggs. Not wrong, Woot. Then, 10 years ago, having received financial support from the government, we started Project Labyrinthia. It was much smaller in the beginning. It served as no more than a village. Over the course of 10 years, it slowly grew into a town. Population increased as well. More people were signing the contract with Labrellum, slowly increasing the number of inhabitants, correct? Yes, they would sign the contract, be hypnotized, and assigned a role.
and then be introduced into the world of the story. I have spoken at length. Thank you for patiently listening to my tale. Bazella is the name of a witch from an ancient legend that we read about in the ruins. It is a fictional character. She does not exist. But then, magic and witches. Magic is just an illusion, and there are no witches.
Alright, so it's all fake. Doesn't that make it much better? I mean, that doesn't make that much better. Why did you write a story where people get killed and with magic and witches are thrown into the fire? You could have made it a peaceful, pleasant world where everyone would be happy.
Yeah, but then it'd be like M. Night Shyamalan where there's a whole bunch of random monsters for no reason.
No, that was not possible.
But why?
This is a research facility after all. We're researching ways to completely control human beings.
This is the most evil plot I have ever heard. Jesus Christ.
Test subjects need to be exposed to extreme situations, so we decided on a fantasy setting. We wouldn't have gotten funding from the government otherwise. In other words, we're running a business.
But just what instructions did you give to the people you hypnotize? You don't give each of them a full set of memories of their whole fictional life, do you?
No, it's much more simple than that. We only give them 2 pieces of information. First one, that they were born in this town, and the second was their new occupation. Then they fill in the gaps themselves. Without being aware of it, the human mind requires a consistent story of one's life. Which means, of course,
They need to be able to stand the horrors of war.
I got it, witch trials. That no Labyrinthian has memories from earlier than 10 years ago. No one has any memories from before they came to Labyrinthia. What are you saying?
That's all one big lie. I am who I am. Me? I know who I am. I'm a dude dressed as a dude pretending to be another dude. But can't you remember your childhood? I can't. That's true. I can't remember even my parents. No way. I can't recall my own mother's face.
As you can hear, no one can remember their real past. There are no exceptions.
Huh? Wait a second. No exceptions? I smell a contradiction. I love how Phoenix is being plot dumped everything, and he's like, wait a second. Contradiction. Ah, it seems Mr. Wright too has noticed it as now.
What are you talking about, Layton?
Mr. Contabella, you have just testified that not a single citizen of this town remembers anything for more than 10 years ago.
Yes, as that is the truth.
Now, that's a strange assertion, especially coming from you.
What? What do you mean?
There is one person in this town who remembers what happened more than 10 years ago, and I am saving right now because I do not want to mash through all that text again. That was over an hour of plot dump, by the way.
That cannot be. It is impossible. They must be merely imagining things now.
Mr. Wright, please enlighten us all. Who is this person that remembers their past?
Take that!
Precisely, Mr. Wright. That person is none other than Spella Cantabella.
What? That's impossible.
It's true, Dad. I remember it clearly as it happened yesterday. The legendary fire.
No, that's impossible. That's just your imagination, Isabella.
No, it's not. I couldn't remember it before, but it all came back to me because I'm Basella.
No. Spella, there are no witches. That fire, it was just a bad dream.
The Inquisition would like to call Spella Cantabella to testify. What? Regardless of whether Miss Cantabella is Basella or not, her memories may contain valuable clues.
Yes, that may be so.
Meanwhile, the storyteller's like, you're not even a real judge!
No, wait. I don't agree to this. This trial is over, Your Honor.
You seem to be forgetting something, Mr. Cantabella. Story has ended. You are no longer in control. You are merely one of the characters. This is also why we will not cease seeking the truth until we find it.
Defense, what is your opinion on this?
Is anybody going to type in an objection, or do I have to do it? What is the storyteller's first name? Arthur. Yes, it's actually Arthur. All right, I'll type in the objection myself then. Spella keeps insisting that she's the witch Basella. As her attorney, I should refuse to let her speak to the court. But what's really important now is finding the truth, just as Layton said. There's only one way to proceed with this trial. And that's by questioning Miss Cantabella about her memories.
In that case, the court summons Spella Cantabella as a witness. Attendants, bring the accused to the witness stand.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about her being burned to death, right? Right?
Now, witness, testify about your memories of the legendary fire.
Yes, my lord. I was just a little girl then. It happened during the annual fire festival. Everyone was gathered in the town square for the fire festival. And I was watching them from the bell tower.
Bell tower?
The great witch Basella woke within me and brought calamity upon the town. An enormous fire dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear, terrified of what I had summoned.
Witness, what you have told us wasn't a bad dream or a fairy tale, but what you actually experienced.
Yes, it was. Like I already said. I remember it very clearly. The heat from the fire, the smell of smoke.
Spella, what are you talking about?
I'm thinking I have a theory. I'm thinking that Spella was part of the town, and when everyone in the original town died, that's what she witnessed. The fire originally. I think the fire was what destroyed the original town.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there really a huge fire that destroyed the town? And what about Bazella? Is she even real? I just want to know the fire dragon. I don't understand how the fire dragon ties into all this. The answers are in Ispella's testimony. Little girl then, it happened during the Animal Fire Festival. You remember what age you were then?
I'm not quite sure, but I think I was 6 or 7.
Does anybody know how old Ispella currently is? Is she actually 16 or 17? How old are you now? Never mind, there's the answer.
I'm 18 years old.
Convenient.
That means those events did take place more than 10 years ago. It's very odd that you have memories of that old, but perhaps you're mistaken about your age at the time.
Objection.
Yeah, you can't check the court record. But sadly, the profiles in this game don't actually list their ages. Your Honor, no one besides Ispella has witnessed the legendary fire. Which would mean that the incident occurred before Labyrinthia was created over 10 years ago.
Yes, I suppose that makes sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
How many times do I need to tell you? There are no witches, no magic. The legendary fire is just a story.
This interrogation serves no purpose. I know, Kojin, it's really lame. I don't get it either.
Mr. Cantabella, the court asks you be quiet during another witness's testimony unless you are asked to speak.
Everyone was gathered in the town square for the fire festival, and I was watching them from the bell tower.
Could you tell us a little... Wait a second! I just realized something! How the hell did they summon a giant bell tower in the middle of town square? How did that happen? Is the gaming event going to acknowledge that point? I guess we'll get there eventually. Could you tell us a little more about this fire festival you were watching? They probably didn't want to bother coming up with ages for each character. They came up with ages for each character in Ace Attorney. It was covered by a giant cloak of invisibility. How did no one walk into it by accident? Like you're just randomly walking and suddenly bonk your nose on something.
Yes, it seems to be an ancient custom in this area. Townspeople made a fire, often offering to the Great Witch Bazella so that she will not bring misfortunes upon them. A great fire is lit in the middle of the town square. The festival lasts all night long.
That's correct. The festival takes place once every year. It's quite magnificent with all the townsfolk assembled in the square. Unless it's a counterfeit memory imprinted in our minds by you.
No, this festival has been held here since before I was born. It appears to be a very old custom indeed. By the way, why were you in the bell tower in the first place?
Huh?
You know, you said everyone at the town square. Why weren't you there?
I can't remember. I probably went there because Bazilla awoke within me.
Despite having vivid memories of the fire, do not remember much of anything else that occurred in that time.
Yes. I was at the top of the bell tower, looking down at people in the town square. Someone was with me there. That's right, it was Eve.
Eve is an old freaking cat.
This happened over 10 years ago. Eve must be like 14, 15 years old. Good lord. Eve? Her black cat, huh? Is someone going to question that?
I didn't think Eve was that old.
Hmm?
Well, then...
Okay, I need some explanations on Eve. Kirby is a 19-year-old cat. Kirby is an old cat, I'm just saying. That's why Eve had to be carried up the stairs. She an old kitty.
Great Witch Mazzello woke within me and brought calamity upon the town.
Hold it! Do you remember casting a spell?
I cannot remember.
Hang on! You look upset, Mr. Contabella.
Ah, pardon me. Did you want something?
I'd like to know what you think about Ispella's last statement.
My opinion about all this has not changed since last time. It's all just a dream. Listen to me, Ispella. You are not Mazzella. There was no legendary fire.
Dad, you have no idea how much I want to believe you, but I just can't.
Aww.
I remember what I saw and how it felt. The heat, the smoke.
Magic doesn't exist. It belongs in fairy tales. There are no fire dragons either. Ispella seems certain that she saw a fire dragon at the time. However, as long as we do not have any evidence to support or disprove this claim, can't make any progress.
Do I have any relevant evidence? Yes! Obviously! The Grand Grimoire that tells us all about it! You know, this totally real book of magic. Anything that can demonstrate that the fire dragon Spella saw as a child was real? I really don't. I don't think I have any evidence regarding the fire dragon. Unless they want me to present a grim grimoire. But what's the point of presenting it at this point? It's literally a fake book on fake magic. I got nothing. I don't think there's anything I could use. Unless Layton thinks there is.
I can understand your choice to be cautious with your judgment, Mr. Wright. However, must remind you, the only way to discover the whole truth is to bring light to the true nature of the dragon witnessed by the accused.
I guess he has a point there. Maybe I overlooked some clues in the testimony.
Let's arm ourselves to the teeth with evidence and give it another shot.
All right, but first we need more info.
Time to do some pressing.
Witness, continue testimony.
Yes, my lord.
Nora's fire dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear and terrified what I had summoned.
Hold it.
Can you tell me more about that fire dragon?
That monstrous image is still so vivid. It looks just like the one that attacked Dad this evening. I've done something terrible again.
And you are sure that the fire dragon you saw more than 10 years ago
and the ones summoned this evening were exactly the same.
Yes, they were definitely the same.
Hang on! Is something wrong, Mr. Cantabella? It's impossible. There's no such thing as magic.
You never believe me, Dad. I don't know why you have to be like this. There was a time when things were different.
Spella, what are you saying?
Look at them. It's like a common argument between a teenager and a parent.
Mr. Cantabella created this town.
Thanks.
Yo, B-Master, thank you so much for your follow. I really appreciate it. Quick question for chat. Is Spella's age also accurate in the Japanese version? Was she also 18 in the Japanese version of this game? I wouldn't be surprised if they actually aged her up. He knows better than anyone else there's no magic here. Miss Cantabella,
Yes?
do you mind giving us more details of what you saw? Ace Attorney usually doesn't, but does level 5 do? My voice work is good? Aw, thank you. I've been doing Ace Attorney games for quite a while now, so I got a lot of practice.
Can I borrow a sheet of parchment and a pencil? I think it'll be better if I draw it.
Your request shall be granted. Bring parchment and a pencil for the witness immediately.
Oh man, it's Game of Thrones, everyone.
This is it. This is the fire dragon that I saw that night. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it was real.
When does the magic begin? There is no magic, is there? He is a pretty good artist, you are right. Ace Attorney Wiki doesn't say anything about age differences in the Japanese version, so 18 seems consistent between US and Japanese versions. That's fair. I must say, does closely resemble the supposed magical creature we witnessed this evening.
It does indeed. The drawing shall be added to the evidence.
A sketch of the fire dragon Espella saw in her childhood. Such details to see more.
This is a farce.
What happened over a decade ago? Was the town really destroyed by a fire dragon? Discovering the truth about the dragon shall be our next objective.
Witness, continue the testimony.
Yes, my lord.
Little girl, when it happened during the annual fire festival. Great Witch Bazella awoken you. All right. I think it's now when we start presenting the fire dragon image, right? I'm going to do a quick save just in case I run into an issue, though. Hopefully the checkpoint remembered where I left off.
Hang on!
You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. Blah, 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 blah. We read all this already. We're going to skip that so I don't have to destroy my throat. Anything that can demonstrate that the fire dragon saw as a child was real. I guess I have evidence now. Your Honor.
What is it, defender?
The defense will present evidence.
Evidence? I suppose you mean evidence that will prove That my daughter's memories of the dragon amount to nothing more than wild imagination?
On the contrary, I'm positive Isabella did see the dragon.
What? I thought you had more sense in you. Well, aren't we all curious about what the defense has to show us? Present evidence that proves a dragon appeared in this town over 10 years ago.
Is this good enough? It is, of course, Isabella's drawing of the dragon. It's impossible to draw a dragon with so much detail unless you actually seen it.
Indeed, and it looks very much like the fire dragon we saw this evening. It cannot be a mere coincidence.
You can't possibly use that drawing as evidence.
And why not?
Because she could have just drawn the dragon from this evening.
Dad, why don't you believe me? I saw that dragon when I was little.
This town is my creation. I know everything about it, and I assure you, there's no magic. If there's anyone who can tell you what's possible and what is not, it's me, the creator of Labyrinthia. Her overconfidence has clouded your judgment and is preventing you from seeing the truth. What do you mean? In order to see what is really there, need to reject biased assumptions and keep an open mind. That is one of the best quotes I have ever heard out of Professor Layton. I love this man. You are overlooking certain facts precisely because you are the creator of this town. It's nothing short of insanity. Magic doesn't exist. And yet Isabella says she saw a fire dragon. It seems like a contradiction. But perhaps it is not. Mr. Wright. Yes? Solution to this mystery is out there. Just need to find it. Do you suppose you know where it is? Magic doesn't exist. Isabella saw a fire dragon. Where is the evidence that bridges the gap between the two? I think it's in the town itself. Isabella was watching the town burn at that time. She says she saw an enormous fire dragon. Now, if you put the two together, I think our best guess is that the dragon she saw was this town itself.
This town?
In other words, Isabella saw a dragon shape looming over the burning town. Oh snap, we're playing a Shantae game? How absurd! That's mere speculation. I will not dispute that. However, it is entirely possible to test our theory.
What? And how would you go about doing that?
It's all quite simple, Mr. Storyteller. We will now go to the belfry. Maybe find that fire dragon there. Where the hell is this game going? Over 10 years ago, Witness was standing somewhere around here when you saw a fire dragon. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Layton.
However, what was it that you actually saw then? Let's see if we can find the answer to that question.
Why not? Go ahead and try. I have warned you that it's futile. You will not find it. You will find nothing here.
Layton has been the least antagonistic prosecutor in the entire Ace Attorney franchise. This is more of a Professor Layton game than an Ace Attorney game, honestly.
Well, it happened a long time ago. Whatever she saw might not be there anymore. And if we want to see exactly what she saw at the time, we'll need to set the whole town on fire. Want me to get some badges?
Oh my god. Has Maya finally graduated from kleptomaniac to arsonist? Dabbing on everybody with flames, I guess. I may be an attorney, but even I wouldn't want to clear you of charges if you actually committed such a crime, Maya. Do you think Maya is actually the American Psycho? I will pretend I did not hear that. I love you, Maya. Shall we begin? Let us look for the fire dragon. Can see the whole town from here. Look in every direction for something that resembles Miss Cantabella's drawing. Oh, you actually want me to look? Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Why do I get the feeling that it's going to be an Emma Sky sees the Blue Badger situation? Yeah, because I don't really see anything, guys. Not gonna lie. It also doesn't help that my screen is really dark, so I can't actually tell what I'm seeing. I don't see any dragon shapes out here, not gonna lie. The closest thing might be this area?
Take that!
Isabella, what do you think?
I don't know. It doesn't look like the dragon I saw.
Ha! I was right, not right.
Game. I love you. I love your puns. I really do. Can you interact with anything? No, all you can do is go left and right. Can't interact with anything.
It seems so, unfortunately.
Oh, we're not done yet. I was just testing the waters.
Mr. Wright, a gentleman should admit his mistake rather than trying to cover it up with an unconvincing excuse.
Layton just said, no Johns. Excuse? That's what I get for imitating the professor.
Nick, what was that about biased assumptions that the professor said earlier?
They're what prevent us from seeing the truth.
So let's approach this with our minds wide open.
And eyes wide open, too. Oh, wait! No! B-Master is right. I can actually move this around. Never mind. I didn't realize. Never mind. I just had to use the touchscreen. Wait a second! Oh! There's a design on the wall here! Yep, there it is. Espella, can you look at this? It looks like a dragon was hiding in here after all.
Oh, this is... Hey, that's identical to the one Espella drew. But, it's not the fire dragon. The fire dragon was a creature made of flames. It was so big it could swallow this whole tower. This is just some tiny fretwork.
I think we can consider this mystery solved. I suggest we all head back to the court. We'll explain everything there. Is that all right with you, Mr. Cantabella? I'm gonna do a quick save because I'm a little scared. This game sometimes randomly likes to have me answer questions without a save spot.
What's gone into Mr. Cantabella? He looks paler than you do with a cold.
I have no idea. Let's follow the others back to the courtroom.
The Inquisition's investigation seems to have yielded some unexpected results. But can someone explain them to me?
Honor. Inquisition will interpret the results of the investigation. My poses are fantastic, B-Master. I completely agree. Is this the last chapter? This chapter began with them literally saying epilogue, so yeah, I'm assuming this is the last chapter. Unless there's like some bonus post-game content, because I remember Burnside mentioning there being post-game content. Witness, you said you were about 6 years old at the time of that incident.
Yes, that's right.
Did you see the moment the dragon appeared above the town?
Huh? No, I don't remember. I remember seeing it at some point. It was like a flash.
Yeah, Layton took over Inquisition because Dark Law had to go on witness duty.
The town was ablaze and this fiery beast was hovering above it.
Then, when you noticed the dragon, the town had already been engulfed by flames.
Yes.
That information completes the picture. Miss Cantabella's statement has offered me an insight into the true story of the fire dragon. Over 10 years ago, Barnum got thrown into the dungeons because Dark Law accused him of treason against the storyteller. Miss Cantabella was in the belfry, unconscious. What events led to this? Perhaps we will discover that in due course. When she awoke, the whole town was on fire. Having inhaled much smoke, she was still dazed. She was only vaguely aware of her surroundings when she looked up, alarmed by the scorching heat. Unable to stand, she was on her knees. Then, she saw something she would remember her whole life. She saw a terrifying fire dragon attacking the town. Saw it through the fretwork in the balustrade. And that's when my voice work falls apart because I don't know how to read words. Balustrade. Shape of a dragon against the backdrop of the town being swallowed up by flames. Came imprinted in her mind, her memory. Whoop, jumped the gun there. That is the truth about the fire dragon. That is what I have deduced.
It wasn't a monster?
Miss Cantabella, the illustration you have drawn for us bears an uncanny resemblance to the fretwork in the belfry. Saw the dragon when you were confused, possibly mildly asphyxiated from the smoke. There was no magic and no magical beast. So you see, she did create the fire dragon. She's Bazella. I win the case. And immediately Bazella gets sent into the flames. You believe a stranger, but not your father. That's so typical of teenagers. Storyteller. Yeah, you're warming yourself into my heart. I'm kind of loving you, man. You know, ignoring the part where you brainwashed an entire town, but they were willing. Is it okay when they're willing? I don't know.
You should have listened to me. And now that all the mysteries have been unraveled, can we not end this trial and go home?
Objection.
Brainwashed willing people? Yeah, so the storyteller, like, is actually a scientist and president of Umbrella. And like, he's like, oh hey, let's make a town where we do an experiment where we test out the weird effects of the water and chemicals in this town by brainwashing people. The people signed contracts and agreed to it, but technically they were still brainwashing people for like 10 years, even though they were willing. Again, it's a little weird. This game's plot twist is weird. As much as we all like to, I'm afraid it's still a bit too early for that.
What else do you want from us?
There's just one more problem I'd like to solve tonight.
One more? What on earth could it be?
Miss Cantabella, we've ascertained that you were in the belfry when you saw the dragon. However, that creates a new question. How did you get there? I mean, yeah, pretty much that, Wolf. How did we get here?
Oh, I haven't thought of that.
Yeah, neither have I. Oh! As expected of an ace attorney, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright seems to have noticed the problem too at last. In order to access the belfry, needed to use the bell tower mechanism. The mechanism can only be set in motion with the pendants. Indeed. Miss Cantabella, did you have your pendant with you at the time?
Yes, I think I did. I always had it with me. But why did I have that pendant? I can't remember it at all.
This pendant is not just for show, it's the key to the belfry. Why was she carrying it around? Must also not forget that one pendant does not suffice to operate the contraption. 2 of them are required.
2 pendants?
Miss Cantabella, are you certain that you were alone in the belfry?
No, I wasn't alone. I was there with a friend.
What friend? Cat? Cat friend? Cat friend!
Eve, where did you go off to?
Friend you mentioned. Was it this cat?
Yes, she's my best friend. We've always been together.
Aww, cuties. Absolute cuties.
Without Eve, I would have been so lonely.
That kitty's always appearing out of nowhere to keep us fellow company.
Of course she does. After all, Bazella's always accompanied by a black cat.
What you saw from the bell tower when you were little, so terrifying that even an adult would have been scarred for life. Town burned in front of your eyes. Thought you saw a fire dragon. See, your memories have been twisted by the horrors you saw.
What do you mean?
The dragon you saw wasn't real. I suspect that the friend who was with you in the bell tower might not have been that cat.
No, it was her. It was Eve, my only friend.
This Cantabella. The pendant needed to access the belfry is too large for a cat. Are you following? If Eve was with you, would have been impossible for you to enter the belfry.
Wait. Inquisitor, where is this going? You have no right to tamper with my daughter's memories!
You have no right to tamper with my daughter's memories, says the man that had tampered with literally entire townsfolk. A town full of people's memories. Okay. You are right, of course. However, neither do you. Nor should you attempt to cover up the truth.
No, you're wrong. Eve was my only friend.
Think about that day again, Miss Cantabella. You went to the top of that bell tower with a friend who also had a pendant.
Well then, why don't we have the defense present some evidence? Can you prove that someone was with Miss Cantabella in the belfry that day?
And that is when I do a quick save because I don't trust myself knowing the answer. I think I know who it is, though.
If so, I very much like to see the evidence.
What? Why me? It was the professor's idea. I have nothing on the legendary fire. Why ask me for proof?
Right. I suppose you wouldn't have any proof. Not one of us remembers that incident. I've had enough of this, Your Honor. You have no grounds to continue this trial. Well, we appear to have reached a dead end. There is nothing else for us to do. Time to burn Isabella.
Objection.
Oh, when Layton theme plays, you know something's about to go down. Please hold on, Your Honor.
Oh, what is this all of a sudden? Inquisitor Layton?
The defense does not have the necessary evidence. Someone else does. What do you mean? This time, the Inquisition will present its evidence. The Inquisition will present evidence? Huh. Wait, seriously?
You son of a witch!
You son of a witch.
This is what you wanted from the very start, isn't it? Well, in that case, the Inquisition shall present evidence that someone was with Miss Cantabella in the bell tower when she saw the fire dragon.
Oh wow, we actually have its separate evidence. The Bell of Ruin. A giant bell found in the ruins, and it's made of pure silver. The first story, handmade picture book about the witches. First found in the spellless room within the storyteller's tower. A picture of two girls. And there's a suicide note, but we'll worry about that later. This is the proof. This photograph shows Miss Cantabella with a friend. They are actual cuties. Like, legitimately, I want to die. Yeah, Layton has his own set of clues that he picked up earlier from a investigation segment. You want a failure? Not to waste time, but just to see what happens when Layton messes up? Ah, dang it, I probably should have done that. I mean, how far back will we be sent if I didn't save? Hang on, let me take a look at my saves real quick. It's only 3 minutes, it's fine. Let's actually see what happens. No, it's fine, Wolf. Let's go back and see. It's only a 3-minute, like, bit of reading, so I can just, like, mash through it quickly enough. Oh, yeah, there was a... No, the suicide note was from, is for someone else. It wasn't actually Layton's. Yeah, the really annoying thing about this game is it doesn't actually save where you left off like in the Ace Attorney games. It creates checkpoints that you save instead, which is really dumb. I don't get why they do that. Oh, just like one in general? Yeah, we kind of... that was like the trial before this trial. A 3-minute tour. A 3-minute tour. All right, let's see what happens if we screw up.
Objection.
Ignore that objection, obviously. No, a 3-minute tour. Have you never heard of Gilligan's Island?
Have a look. Objection.
Have a look! Objection! Yeah, that was random. Or is the Inquisition just testing the water? Wait! Wait! Did Phoenix just cause us a penalty? Yeah, count that one, Dirt Dog. Oh my god, that is really funny. That's really funny.
What's with that satisfied look on your face, Nick?
I've always wanted to do this. Everyone's always poking fun at me if I present the wrong evidence. It feels so good to do it to someone else for a change. Unfortunately, Inquisitor Layton, I failed to see a connection between the matter at hand and the evidence you presented. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is amazing. I have never seen this before. Well, if you don't like to test waters, you won't know if you're out of your depth. I'll present the correct evidence next time.
You're looking very happy again, Nick.
It's music to my ears. Someone other than me making a silly mistake and coming up with lame excuses. Oh my god. Phoenix is relishing in this. This is... Oh my god. Wolf, I am so glad you suggested that we went back and do this now because this is incredible.
You know, maybe you could use some time off so that you can release your pent-up frustration.
That was worth the load.
Well, in that case...
That's another reload because I don't want to lose any penalties, but that was really good.
They've had such good dialogue for this last one. I'm glad you went back. Also music.
Well, thank you for the 121 bits and enjoy your burger. Man, the writers are actually really good in this. I love that. The plot twist stuff is really stupid, but aside from that though, this has been really good. Looking forward to Pokemon tomorrow? I'm definitely going to be watching it, but I don't have any strong feelings when it comes to Pokemon news. A lot of times Pokemon news is either hit or miss for me, so I'm just going to go in with low expectations, and usually that winds up with me being really happy with what I get. You ready for Pokemon sleep? I barely sleep as it is, Lundea. 3 years of getting mocked by everyone in a courtroom, especially prosecution. This is absolutely how Nick would react. Very accurate.
Objection.
You want to see Scarlet Violet in action? I think they confirmed that they do have new news about Scarlet and Violet. I'm not entirely sure what I personally want to see.
Have a look.
I think, oh man, let me think. What do I want? You know what'd be cool? You know what? You know what would be amazing? What if they announce Nintendo Switch Game Boy Online library, and the very first games that they announce is Pokemon Gens 1 and 2. I would lose my mind if they do that. This photograph shows Miss Cantabella with a friend.
Golly, this is the finest illustration I have ever seen!
It's a photograph.
It looks as if it was a reflection of real world on paper. Tell me, who created this exquisite work of art?
Well, Your Honor, I understand you're fascinated. Let us focus on what this picture shows. Look at this graph. Every time it makes me laugh. This picture was found in the Storyteller's Tower. Mr. Cantabella, you have taken the liberty of borrowing it for this trial. He's more of an acquaintance. No, she's more of like a girlfriend.
It's enough to look away for a second and you already caused trouble.
Professor, aren't photographs against the rules? I mean, this is supposed to be a medieval setting.
Meh, who cares? Can somebody write that down for a raid message later? Meh, who cares? What's important now is helping Miss Cantabella to grasp the truth. And in this case, the end justifies the means. Oh, you know what, Lundea, that's fair. Let's not use that raid message. That might be mean-spirited out of context. That's entirely fair. Please take a look at the two girls in this picture. Each of them is wearing a pendant.
Why, that's so. These are the Belfry contraption pendants.
You know that one of these girls is Miss Cantabella. Look at this photograph. That's also not bad too. But then, who is the other girl?
Accused, do you have any idea?
Isn't this medieval times? Meh, who cares? Espella, are you okay?
It doesn't look like she is. It's Monty Python's Flying Circus. It's me. And the other girl I don't know.
Man, I wonder how many other characters that we know that is female. I wonder.
Ooh-wah!
Isabella! Your Honor! Stop the trial! Stop it right now!
It's Maya, obviously.
Can't you see you're driving Isabella into insanity?
Objection.
It's just the opposite, Mr. Cantabella. We turn away from the truth now. Isabella will close herself to the world forever. Mr. Wright. Yes? Know who it is, don't you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but the game is probably gonna throw a curveball at me.
You know the identity of the other girl in this picture. Is that so, if the defense knows that? Tell us, who is this other girl?
Well, obviously it's Fiora from Xenoblade Chronicles.
Take that!
Plot twist, the other girl was some guy all along. Oh, of course! I'm thinking it's High Inquisitor Darklaw.
High Inquisitor Darklaw! I cannot say I didn't have slight suspicions about her, but... Oh my. Miss Cantabella, what do you say? Do you now remember the girl next to you in this picture?
I was with Lady Darklaw.
No spoilers about Xenoblade Chronicles 3, please. I haven't played it yet. Because I'm playing it on stream eventually.
This is crazy! What are you basing this preposterous claim on? But, Mr. Cantabella, this girl closely remembers the High Inquisitor. Resembles? That's just your personal opinion. It's meaningless in a court of law.
Objection.
If you want evidence, I've got it.
What?
The definitive proof that the girl in the picture is Inquisitor Darklaw is...
Take that!
And this is the proof it was a High Inquisitor.
The pendant needed for that contraption in the bell tower.
I have Miss Darklaw's testimony here. She said this pendant was hers. And so... the other girl in the picture is definitely Miss Darklaw.
Is it really?
Cat.
Eve? Where are you going?
Cat!
I was expecting you, Miss Darklaw.
I see that I was not mistaken about you. I trusted in your ability to get this far.
Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw! Where did you just appear from?
Does your memory not serve you well, Your Honor? Do you know what I am? I can disappear at will anytime I wish to. So, storyteller, everything has worked out just as you had written. Oh, revered creator of Labyrinthia.
Darklaw.
Lady Darklaw?
Miss Darklaw. You entered the belfry with Miss Cantabella when you were little.
Yes, I did.
Then you have memories of events from before 10 years ago?
I certainly do.
I love how Eve Eve has her own section on the witness stand. It's so dumb.
Order! Order! Order in the court!
Lady Darklaw, you were with me? Your memories have been suppressed by that man. But I was with Eve! Eve, huh? Eve, the black cat? Yes, she has always been my dear friend. She was by my side on that day, too. What a bizarre coincidence. Darklaw isn't my real name.
You know, I had a feeling, considering how ridiculous her name was, but also considering Ace Attorney with their names, I kind of bought it. What? Then what is your real name?
It's Eve.
What? What?
You are Eve? Ah! Eve? Isabella. My dear friend, Eve.
Oh.
It can't be. That flashback wasn't real.
Darklaw, why are you doing this? Are you trying to undo everything I have accomplished in the past 10 years?
No. You have already ruined everything yourself.
What is it that you want?
What I want, my aim, is to make the truth known, so that everything returns to how it should be.
Miss Darklaw, will you tell us what you remember about what happened back then? More than 10 years ago?
It would be my pleasure. It was the day of the fire festival. Isabella and I went up the bell tower. The wind was strong that day. When the sun had set, the festival began. It's true that the whole town burned down that day. The fire consumed buildings and people, turning them into ashes.
But we must rise from the ashes, right?
We were the only survivors. We stayed in the belfry while the world below us was being eaten up by hungry flames. The legendary fire is no fable. It happened here more than 10 years ago.
Objection!
There is no such things as magic and fire dragons! So how would a whole town be destroyed in just one night?
Yes, that's something I'd like to know as well.
Have you never seen a forest fire before? Or a town fire? Those things spread fast, Phoenix.
Even if we assume the celebratory fires got out of control, surely the whole town would have perished just like that.
Now it all makes sense. That was the missing piece of this puzzle. Not everything is puzzles, Layton, but sure, you do you, my man. What do you mean, Professor?
I can imagine now what transpired that night. What happened in the belfry, and what caused the legendary fire.
We have all the clues we need.
If the Inquisition has evidence to show us, I'd very much like to see it. What caused the legendary fire?
Ah, shite!
I don't know, the Bell of Ruin?
Look.
Okay, apparently I was right. I don't know how I'm right, but apparently I was right because that was the only option that made sense. I don't know how it made sense, but it did. Professor, speaking of clues, where's your young apprentice? Where's Luke? Oh, he was sent off to Tatooine. The cause of the fire is in the belfry.
It was the bell?
That bell has been made by the natives and later sealed underground. It was called the Bell of Ruin. Bell of Ruin? By the way, why does this bell have such an ominous name? Could it be because it's made of pure silver?
Pure silver?
Exactly. Mr. Cantabella has told us earlier that everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. Oh. Oh. And that metal is pure silver.
Yes. And we've been told the condition is brought about by drinking the groundwater.
Indeed. That bell was also the reason why the original inhabitants of this area decided to forsake it. It seems that the Bell of Ruin caused a devastating disaster. To those who have gained entry into this sanctum, heed our words. You must not ring the Bell of Ruin.
I can't help but wonder what disaster this bell had caused.
An enormous bell made of pure silver, and the locals with their peculiar condition. It's not too hard to imagine what happened. There's probably the same calamity as the one that happened over 10 years ago. And that is... Well, what disaster happened to this town before Labyrinthia was built? The legendary fire. Now, let us contemplate the following scenario. What would have happened if the Bell of Ruin were sounded during the fire festival? Oh. Everyone who heard it would fall unconscious. As it was an annual festival, all the townspeople were assembled in the town square.
Oh dear.
Therefore, on the night of the fire festival over 10 years ago, all of the residents instantly lost consciousness when the bell was struck. Oh, no! Had it been even just slightly windy that day, the fires lit for the Great Witch Bezella would have gone out of control, and they would spread throughout the town with no one left to stop them. Because everyone was unconscious. Exactly. That also includes the two girls who were in the belfry. Espella and I. You were the closest to the source of the sound, so it was inevitable. When you recovered consciousness, it was already too late. The town had been swallowed by flames, as if a fire dragon had come to burn it. That was a calamity caused by the bell.
Calamity!
Say here that the cause of calamity is the Great Witch Bezella. That night, in this very town, Bezella is more than a mythical persona.
Bezella. She's losing it again. The Bell of Ruin. Bezella.
To be continued. What do you mean to be continued? We're in the epilogue! Okay.
Mr. Cantabella, I would like to apologize for putting too much pressure on your daughter. Only your words can bring her back from the brink of madness.
Time for epilogue 2.
Let's let her hear the truth from her own father. All according to your plan, Layton. You've driven Espella into a corner in order to push me to the wall. Had no other choice. Espella, please listen to me. I haven't done anything wrong. You didn't cause that accident. You have suffered so much, being that you were Bazella. I must take the blame for that. You, Mr. Cantabella? I sacrificed everything to make up for what I've done. But all I managed to do was inflict more pain upon others.
Yeah, Espella had a mental breakdown.
But all I managed to do was inflict more pain upon others. Is that not so, Dark Law? Now that you're willing to talk, Mr. Cantabella, would you mind telling us your story? Yours, as well as Espella's and Miss Darklaw's? Very well. This story, too, began when I was a young lad, when Newton and I were still youths, full of dreams and hope. As you already know, we discovered the underground ruins, and deep within them lay that accursed bell. The Bell of Ruin. At the time, we still lacked the knowledge to decipher any of the writings we found there. This bell is magnificent.
It's bound to make the most beautiful sound.
I have an idea. Why don't we make this bell the symbol of our town? How do you propose to do that?
Let's build a bell tower for it. That we can ring it on special occasions.
That's not a bad idea. Then it's settled. When we grow up, let's do it. Okay, just don't forget about it. The two of us chose different paths in life. I studied management in London, while Newton devoted himself to the study of natural sciences. And then, you made a fortune following the invention of a new anesthetic. We both got married around that time, and each of us had a daughter.
You mean, Espella was born shortly after your company gained funding?
That's right. We eventually returned to our hometown, set about realizing our childhood dream. Having built the bell tower in the middle of the town square, we retrieved the bell itself from the underground ruins.
I feel like, yes, that was the case, Lundea, but I'd like to get a little more detail as we go along.
We aspired to make it a symbol of prosperity for this unindustrialized town. The bell was to be officially displayed during the annual fire festival. It would be rung in the morning, following the night of celebration. Pardon the interruption, but at the time, were you aware of the meaning behind the bell's name? Obviously, we were not. Thinking back to my ignorance at the time, a chill now runs down my spine. Newton and I went to the bell tower the day before the festival. Only one more day to go. We waited a long time for this. That we have. This town will no longer be the same after tomorrow. The bell weighed so much that ringing it was not easy. We tackled that problem by constructing a special mechanism, which we installed in the belfry.
Daddy, I want to hear the bell. Can I make it ring? Daddy, please, let me ring it.
Aww. Espella, who was there with us, was utterly enchanted by the bell. She wasn't a bad child, but she was very stubborn and would rarely listen to me when she wanted something. I told her a story to... Oh no! Oh! He didn't want it to ring the bell at night, he wanted to ring it in the morning. And Espella went to the bell tower during the festival. Oh. Oh. I told her a story to try and convince her to leave the bell alone.
Espella, listen carefully. You mustn't ring this bell.
But why? Why can't I, Daddy?
You know about Bezella, the witch.
Uh-huh. She's an evil fire witch who uses magic to hurt people.
If you ring this bell, Bezella will come out and possess you.
Oh.
Possess me? You mean I'll turn into Bezella?
Oh.
That's right, Espella. When Bezella possesses someone, she uses them to do terrible things. That's why you must never ring this bell, sweetheart.
I understand, Daddy.
There's a good girl.
Legend of Bezella has been passed around these parts for centuries. It probably originated from the beliefs of the tribes that populated this area in the past. What I told Espella was just a silly story that I invented for the occasion. It was only meant to stop her from ringing the bell. I could not have imagined that it would have such far-reaching consequences.
Oh. We looked him up, but apparently we don't recognize any roles he did, Beemaster.
It's all coming back to me now. I remember that day. On the day of the fire festival. Just around the time when the preparations ended and everything was about to begin. I sneaked out of our house. I took Mom's pendant with me.
Your mother's pendant? Do you mean this one?
Yes. It belonged to my mom.
We needed to limit access to the bell, so we made 2 keys. We decided to make them independent and each gave one to our respective wives. Both are needed in order to access the belfry.
I saw you and Mr. Belduc use them. So I told Eve to meet me at the bell tower.
Daddy says Bezella will come out if I ring the bell, but if I do it just a little... I
Oh.
want to try it while the festival is going on. I hope Eve doesn't forget her mum's pendant.
So it was just as I thought, Miss Darklaw. You are Mr. Belduc's daughter.
Well done, Inquisitor. I was almost afraid you would fail to make that connection.
I wouldn't have figured that out. That came right the fuck out of nowhere.
What in the... This is too much for one day.
Why did they have it in the picture, though?
Shh! Don't think too hard about that.
Order in the court! Lady Darklaw, you mean to say that you're Sir Belduke's daughter?
Yes. My real name is Eve Belduke. I'm the alchemist's daughter.
Belduke also had a claw? I didn't even notice that.
This is unbelievable!
I also sneaked out of my house that evening, clutching my mother's pendant in my hand. I did just as you asked me to, and I did not. Did I not, Espella?
Espella, my mum's going to be so angry if she notices I took the pendant. Don't worry so much. I just really want to ring that bell. I want to hear it.
I rang the bell against my father's warning.
Plot twist, all this caused an actual Bazella to appear and possess Espella. Gasp.
And so Bazella possessed me. Because of me, the town and everyone in it, they're all gone. Oh, is that actually true? That's a shame, Max.
No, it is not your fault. Stop blaming yourself.
Supposedly, the former inhabitants of this area also used to fall unconscious upon the sound of that bell. Perhaps they experienced a similar nightmare.
It was I who brought the Bell of Ruin into this town. One to blame for this calamity is not some witch, it's me.
I brought destruction upon this town. I am Basella.
Spella, you're going to drive your dad crazy if you keep repeating that.
Seeing you like this is giving me a strong feeling of deja vu.
Eve, how can you be so evil? Are you happy now?
I'm afraid we're in the dark as regards to Miss Darklaw's sense of deja vu.
Only 4 people survived the fire.
Only 4.
Spella and Eve, who were in the belfry. And the only 2 residents who did not participate in the festival. Newton and I.
So your mother's died too. And where were you at the time, if you permit my asking? You were investigating those fateful ruins. That's why we didn't notice anything until it was too late.
It was getting near the time at which we planned to ring the bell, so we headed towards the town. Then we saw it. The town had been burnt to ashes, the air shimmering from the heat.
That's too awful for words.
Searched for survivors, sick with anxiety. Eventually found our daughters in the bell tower. Espella was unresponsive, like a doll. Eve was crying at her side. Our relief at having found them vied with terror caused by this disaster.
worst night of my life ended, pierced with the first rays of sunshine. But then, it seemed Espella was already lost to us. It lost her to Bazella. I think the cat just was a cat that she picked up when they moved to Labyrinthia. She wouldn't speak, eat, or even leave her room. She thought she was Bazella, and that she had destroyed the town. I couldn't get that out of her head. What she saw from the bell tower must have been so terrifying. But it wasn't shock from what she had seen. My own words have put her in that state. Had I only not told her that stupid story! We have been grasping at straws, trying to find a way to save Espella's mind. She had to have contact with... Okay, so she had to have drank the water because the bell wouldn't have affected her otherwise. I think what's going to be revealed is that the storyteller using the new brainwashing ink was meant to rewrite Espella's mind so that she can live happily instead of being, you know, traumatized. I think that's why he did this. Yeah, the whole town messed up? Not exactly. I think it's more so he was testing the brainwashing drugs on everyone to see if it can actually long-term help his daughter. And I think I get the idea. But whatever we did, her eyes would remain impassive and empty. In the end, I came upon a certain idea that offered us a glimpse of hope. Therapy? Who's ever heard of therapy? What was it? The suspense is too much for my aging heart. I believe I may know what it was. It was the only way to get through to little Espella. Inquisition, what are you talking about? What was Mr. Cantabella's idea for saving his daughter from insanity?
Have a look.
This is medieval times, so no therapy! Exactly! We discovered this in Espella's room. And that is? It's a handmade picture book. Illustrations and handwriting are truly exquisite. That's the first story I wrote. I waited for Espella after that dreadful fire. Oh, the storyteller's first story! It was but a simple children's story. The plot was very straightforward. The townsfolk joined forces to banish evil witches who served Bazella.
Espella, do you understand now? You aren't Bazella. Bazella is somewhere out there, sending out other witches to do bad things to the people of our town.
Witches, magic, the town perishing in flames. Espella was mentally broken. I couldn't get through to her any other way. I talked to her as if magic and witches were real, avoiding any mention of that fire.
Daddy. A witch is real.
Espella spoke to me for the first time in so many days. I was beyond myself with joy and replied without thinking.
Oh, yes, they are. They're hiding in the town, among the people.
But it's just a fairy tale.
I was desperate.
I feared she would close herself off to me again. Now in hindsight, I see what an utter fool I was. I made an irreversible mistake yet again!
No, it's not. Everything your daddy writes comes true. The bad witches will get their comeuppance. I will write a story about it.
And so I wrote another story for my daughter. A story about mischievous witches getting caught. This time I had the story acted out in front of Isabella. You had it acted out? Back then, I wasn't the only one tormenting myself over the mental state of my daughter. Newton was going through hell too. His own daughter had been badly scarred by the event. Isn't that right, Eve?
My father and I repaired a building that had survived the fire and continued to live in this town. Isabella wasn't even able to leave her room. We couldn't leave her behind when she needed all the help she could get. Oh. Mr. Cantabella showed us this book one day. Then, he made an unusual request of us.
I'd like to make this story real. Would you be willing to help me do so?
To our surprise, he was entirely serious. Seeing that, we gladly offered our help. Oh. A story about evil-doing witches getting caught and punished, and Bezella the source of them all.
Are you paying attention, Isabella? Witches got what they deserved, and peace has been restored to the town.
Isabella smiled at the end. Then she whispered to herself,
It wasn't me.
I saw her smile. Felt as if something broke inside me. I couldn't afford to let her be sad again. I'm sorry, I need a moment. Let's just say this is hitting really close to home for me. This is reminding me about, my mom, actually. Sorry, I'm alright. Maybe if Bezella were to exist in this town, Spella would stop thinking she herself harbored the Great Witch. Much love, everyone. Thank you. I continued writing stories about witches. Then I would act them out for Isabella. I'm fine, guys. I appreciate all of you, though. Thank you for being here with me, guys. I appreciate the kind words, everyone. And gradually, the number of characters in my stories increased.
That was, of course, largely due to the ongoing reconstruction of the town. How much reconstruction? Wasn't anything on a big scale. I simply paid people to move in and act out their roles. But I began to think that I would need more than that. The story had to be real. To make a lie seem true, you resorted to even more lies. Yes, I was certain that was the only way. How did I do so? I remembered about Newton's research. He was working on a certain medicine. It was a kind of tranquilizer, made from local plants that he was testing at the time. But it was difficult to put into practical use. The substance had a danger of causing unconsciousness and hypnosis.
I can see how that can be abused to cause much harm, supposing it fell into the wrong hands.
Meanwhile, I hear the certain laughter of a Wesker man. At the same time, it was just what I needed for my ambitious project. I contacted the government. That was the beginning of what came to be known as Project Labyrinthia. Give a random smash fact about this game. Okay, so, Sakurai, after playing this game, was suddenly super inspired by the storyteller's plight and how he needed to brainwash people. And he was like, man, if only I can get the most wanted characters into Smash, but that requires so much negotiating. And so, Sakurai, working with Nintendo, developed brainwashing medicine in order to brainwash all the third-party companies to let them have their characters for Smash Ultimate. And that's why we all have Smash characters that we wanted in Ultimate. Brainwashing. A town with human test subjects, all in a state of long-term hypnosis. Devised that plan solely for the sake of your daughter? Yes. We acquired a land which had been laid to waste by the fire. New town was slowly becoming populated. Gradually, the rules of Labyrinthia were established. I think the reason he did that was because he needed people to be long-term actors. Not everyone would be willing to do long-term work. And like, at the very least, the people did sign on to it. I think like the people, and I think the whole idea was the fact that the people wanted a new life, so they were willing to be test subjects to make this go work with it. And yes, Sakurai's invented a brainwashing serum called money. Exactly, Woot! Was to be a town where magic and witches were a reality for the residents. All of this was possible thanks to the drug. Is 8 p.m. already? Oh yeah, it went by super fast. I was kind of surprised how long we've been going already, guys. The test subjects were exposed to it through the ink used to pen the story, right? That's right. It was the dangerous drug developed by Newton. About 10 years have passed since then. Even now, the town continues to change.
Project Labyrinthia. And all this was done for one girl.
Spella was only able to be herself when she lived within my story. Oh, the irony of it. Only within a world in which Bezella was real could Spella's tragic memories be sealed. All this while, Eve was assisting me. I was the first shade
As soon as the story began, I disappeared from the scene. If Espella was to see some magic, then someone had to don this robe.
That's the robe of invisibility. I gave Espella a new memory so that she could live in this town with everyone else. I also sealed the memory of her friend, Eve.
What? My existence was too strongly connected to her memory of the fire. Afterwards, I returned as Darklaw, a stranger to Espella.
But even if you were doing this for Espella's sake, that's just going too far.
I made that choice. I do not regret the past 10 years. Ah!
Why is Eve actually a good friend?
Oh! Eve gave up her entire life to just because of her best friend. I want to cry. That's like, oh, that's so precious. Meanwhile, my father was supporting Labyrinthia from behind the scenes, in his own way.
Do you mean his contributions as an alchemist?
My father's knowledge of medicine was indispensable for this town to function.
I mean, I also really like Rouge from earlier, but yeah, Eve is pretty good for a main character.
The hallucinogenic ink was my father's work as well.
So it was. Newton and Eve sacrificed more than anyone else for the sake of Espella and this town. I will be forever indebted to them.
We wanted to save Espella just like you.
You were talking about the cat! Okay.
But then, there's still something I don't understand.
Why were you trying to destroy this fake world? In the end, you chose to betray Espella and Mr. Cantabella.
Drink some water? Okay.
Give me a quick sec, guys. This bottle's a new one, so I have to unwrap it. Oh boy, I almost spilled all of it on the floor. That would have been bad. I have electronics on the floor.
All right. Thanks for a reminder. Oh, but I've told you already, have I not?
It was your revenge against Mr. Cantabella for choosing to end the story, correct? I wonder whether that was the true reason.
Professor?
Would Miss Belduke really betray them merely because she did not want the story to end? I dare say there was another considerably more important reason.
She had another reason? And something tells me the game is going to be asking me something, and I don't want to go through all that text again, so save!
No need to frown in dismay, Mr. Wright. Please leave this to me.
When Phoenix Wright is confused, Professor Layton takes over in court. Leave it to me.
Well then, let's hear what the Inquisition has to say. What other reason led the witness to betray Mr. Cantabella?
Have a look.
The little icons of save screen looks like Earthbound characters. They even walk too. Hey, hang on, let me see if I can bring it up on the reverse screen. Yeah, look at them go.
This letter was Miss Belduke's real motive. What is this? I think I've seen it before.
That's a letter written by Mr. Belduke for Mr. Cantabella. It's also Mr. Belduke's suicide note. My dear friend, I hope you can forgive me for leaving this world of my own will. What I have done cannot be forgiven. Can never escape from it. Nick did prove that Darklaw was the girl in the picture. And he also handled majority of this trial, honestly.
Something was tormenting Mr. Belduke. Became too much for him to bear and drove him to suicide.
These past 10 years, I thought Father was glad to be helping Cantabella. But little did I know, he was suffering terrible anguish all that time. Cantabella twisted the lives of so many people for the sake of his daughter. Was the story not but a glorified lie, stripping so many of what little happiness they had? All these years, Father was racked by a crushing sense of guilt.
His agony accumulated in the incident of 3 months ago.
Mr. Belduke's death. Before Labyrinthia was created, certain things had to be concealed in order to seal Espella's memories. Had she seen them, to have remembered, they were simply too dangerous to her. One of them was me. Espella's friend Eve had to be reborn as a shade and disappear into the forest. The next thing was the bell tower.
I see. Had she seen it, would have been certain to stir up these traumatic memories. Memories of the legendary fire.
The only way to prevent that was to erase the bell tower from Labyrinthia.
But how would you do that?
Using the same method as with...
What? So they actually put a giant visibility robe over the tower and no one noticed? Did people seriously not notice? How did you not accidentally walk into it? The robe of invisibility?
In short, we covered up the tower with a huge robe. Although, it wasn't as easy as it sounds.
In other words, the bell tower had been there all this time. Only the townspeople couldn't see it. Is that correct? Limit, this is the same universe where Phoenix and Maya lose a robe they were in the middle of washing. I guess? How was the robe never blown off? Wait a second! Wait a second! Are you telling me in the span of in 10 years, in the span of 10 freaking years, the wind never blew off the robe? It only happened when they got struck by lightning. The robe burned up because it was struck by lightning. Are you telling me it took them 10 years before lightning finally struck a bell tower? Okay.
I don't know what to say.
At any rate, the situation changed due to that lightning strike 3 months ago, did it not? It was a most unfortunate accident. The lightning set the bell tower's cover on fire. That cover was quickly consumed by flames, concealing that abominable bell tower. The beginning of all of this, the bell of ruin, appeared before us. 'Twas mockery of our efforts. That bell tower emerging from the flames must have seemed like a sign of divine anger to Mr. Belduke. A sign that no matter how you attempt to conceal your sins, the truth will eventually float up to the surface. Having realized this, Father chose death.
He was such a kind-hearted man. I didn't have an inkling of what he had been going through.
To him, the participation of Labyrinthia's people within this project was not voluntary. Even though they had themselves signed the contract, I believe he felt those people were being deceived. Father took his life because of you, Cantabella. Now that you know why I did what I did, I lost my father 3 months ago. That day, my revenge began.
Your revenge?
The first step of my plan was to rewrite the story.
What did you say?
As president of Labyrinth Inc., you had to spend most of your time in London. Over the past few years, you were coming to Labyrinthia only for the parades. So naturally, I knew you would never notice if the story was slightly changed. That explains it. I couldn't help thinking there was something strange going on. Mr. Cantabella is Ispella's father, after all. He wouldn't have made Ispella a witch in his story. Ispella was... a witch? When did that happen? How could you have known, after all? Let me fill you in on the details. Ispella had already been tried once within the witch's court.
Impossible! Why? How could you? You knew that the risk that would carry.
Look at you. What a fine author of that grand story you are. You left all the work in Labyrinthia to me. Meanwhile, you were making millions for yourself in London. What a pathetic excuse for a father. You didn't even notice that your precious little Ispella was in such danger. Miss Belduke, why did you do that to Ispella? Do you even need to ask? I did it to unlock her memories. You mean, when the legendary fire took place, Ispella was so traumatized that she closed herself off to the world. We were just little girls then. That tragic accident was too much for us to handle. This fictitious town was created as a facade to keep the truth away from Ispella. But the weight of all these lies led my father to his suicide. Despite that, the person responsible for all of this carried on as if nothing had happened. I couldn't forgive him.
As Belduk's abbreviated daughter, I had to have my revenge against both Cantabellas. Judge, this is the whole truth. Now you know the true identity of Bezella.
Objection.
Say this is the whole truth. But is that really the case?
Professor.
I thought you stepped away, Dirt Dog, so that's why I did it. No worries, my man. You can take over again.
What are you going on about now?
We have been provided with a clear picture of what happened to Espella so long ago. Nevertheless, we haven't yet heard your testimony.
Give a random Smash fact about this game. Okay, so, Sakurai, after, you know what? I don't want to make a joke about that. I was about to make a joke about Iwata and Sakurai, but I was like, no, that's in bad taste. What can I go for here that's related to what's going on? You may have chosen a bad time. No, you're fine, B Master. You're good. It's more so I can't think of. It's more so I'm trying to think of something related. It's all good. It's all good. Let me think. Okay, so Sakurai was just minding his own business, visiting a convention in America. You know, probably E3, and like, an Ace Attorney fan came up to him and was like, oh, hey, I really would love to have Phoenix Wright in the next Smash Brothers. Do you think it could happen? And Sakurai was like, oh, yeah, I can swing that. Capcom's a cool company that likes me, sure. And it's like, and the Ace Attorney fan's like, thank you so much. But man, I can't believe that. Can you also make Kirby a better character too? There's such a garbage character on the tier list. And suddenly that awoke a deep-seated hatred of the competitive scene of Smash Ultimate. And he was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll be sure to do that. So not only did he continue keeping Kirby as a bad character in Smash Ultimate, he also didn't put in Phoenix right into Smash Ultimate, all because of that fan. That was his revenge. And that was your random Smash fact for the day.
Don't be ridiculous.
You main Kirby though? No judgment, I love Kirby too. I play him as one of my secondaries.
This will be the last testimony in this trial. Tell us about the night of the legendary fire. I request you tell us your story.
Who do you think you are, Inquisitor?
I am merely one of the supporting characters within this tale. However, I am still more of a main character than Phoenix Wright is. I'm very much interested in the truth. This has been a very long trial, of which this shall be the last interrogation. The court demands that the single other witness of the legendary fire provide us with her testimony.
Very well. There is only one truth. Nothing can change that.
There has been so much reading this case, good lord.
Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so he went up to the belfry. The festival celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at the height of what even Weech could reach. The next thing I remember is coming to and running to Espella's side. I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes. Next moment, we saw that nightmarish view. All strength abandoned us and we didn't know what to do. That's when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella.
The bell can only be rung with a special mechanism. That's right. It was made in such a way that even a child could use it.
It was probably constructed by my father. I suppose he wanted to make it possible for anyone to ring that bell. In light of the events that followed, that was certainly a very foolish decision.
A mechanism for ringing the bell. I noticed something like that on a pillar when we went to the belfry earlier. I better make a note of it into court record. A device that for ringing the bell at the ruin. Even a child can use it.
Oh dear, fate can certainly be cruel.
Don't get me started on... Oh, wrong face. Don't get me started on the Fire Emblem Fates conquest route. Oh my god, that one's cruel.
I have to agree. If only we had not discovered those ruins and brought that bell into our town. Or if only we could have deciphered those ancient writings a little earlier.
Moreover, if only the groundwater in this area didn't cause that strange condition.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cantabella, the tragedy occurred. All that remains for us to do is to seek out the truth. Not for the sake of vengeance, but for the sake of the future. Mr. Wright.
Yes?
You have been fighting fiercely to uncover the truth. This is the final interrogation. I trust you know what to do.
Leave it to me. Be honest, I have no idea what lies ahead. But whatever it is, there's no question we need to get to the bottom of it. There's gotta be light at the end of this tunnel. Spella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so we went up to the belfry. You needed both pendants to access the belfry, correct? Spella asked me to bring my mother's pendant, so I did.
That wasn't the only requirement, however. I also needed to solve a puzzle in order to use the contraption.
I've always been a master puzzle solver. For me, it was child's play. Literally. She solved it when she was a little girl. What's your excuse, Nick?
Hey, I have different talents.
Spella and Eve were best friends at the time. Eve is 2 years older than Spella. She used to be like a big sister to her.
So that means Eve is 20 years old. Nice.
So, the two of you went to the belfry. What happened next?
The festival's celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at a height even we could reach. So even a little girl could ring the bell?
Yes, easily.
I intended to make it so that the bell would only be rung on special occasions.
Why she disguised herself as a college professor? I think she might have done that in order to see if Phoenix was up to snuff for what she needed him for.
That's exactly why I put that puzzle in place, to restrict access. We also divided the key to the belfry into 2 components, as an extra precaution. I was careful, but the same cannot be said of Newton, who constructed the mechanism as a whole. He presumably wished to make it so that even our young daughters could use it, meaning strength was not a requirement. And that became his undoing. By the way, how old were the girls at the time? Espella was 6 and Eve was 8. I see.
That mechanism was the last thing I saw before falling unconscious. And then... the next thing I remember is coming to and running to Espella's side.
Do you mean that you fell unconscious after the bell was struck?
Yes, I believe so.
Our peculiar condition causes an instant reaction. Brain probably doesn't even have the time to register the sound before consciousness is lost.
It was almost as if a slice of time had been stolen from my life. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the floor. I lifted my head and saw Espella lying nearby. I sprang to my feet and ran to her side.
And what about the situation in the town at the time?
I was preoccupied with Espella, so I didn't notice it to begin with.
At that time, was Espella still unconscious?
Yes, I panicked a little and took her in my arms, hoping she'd wake up. I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes. The next moment, we saw that nightmarish view.
Hold it!
So it was you who woke Espella up, wasn't Witness?
Yes, it was me. She was out cold, curled up on the floor, and I shook her awake. As soon as she came to, she turned to look at the town, to that nightmarish view stretching out before us.
When you say nightmarish view,
I can find no other words to describe it. We froze in terror at the sight. It took us a while to notice that smoke was creeping up the bell tower too.
No, she's talking about the incident 12 years ago.
Our eyes filled with tears and we couldn't stop crying. Perhaps because of the smoke.
Way too much I can explain, Andrew. There's way too much to go over. I just gotta keep going, sorry.
The town seemed like a fire dragon's playground. I was trembling with terror unlike anything I've known before.
dear me. Merely imagining it now raises the hairs on my beard.
I mean, Chad, if you want to try to explain it for Andrew, by all means.
Our strength abandoned us and we didn't know what to do. That was when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella.
Hold it!
You didn't leave the belfry until their arrival?
Of course not. We were paralyzed with fear. It was an event so traumatizing it still haunts us. Stella fainted again when she saw the fire dragon. I was crying and wailing until our fathers found us.
We went to the bell tower as it was a good vantage point. We weren't expecting to find our daughters there. Of course, neither suspected at the point that the disaster had been caused by the Bell of Ruin. Eve was in tears, sobbing violently. As for Espella, she was in a daze. Her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. She didn't know what was happening around her.
I cannot say this with certainty, as my memories were a little vague. But I think I was trying to protect her.
Hang on!
Mr. Cantabella? They probably didn't lock the door behind them, yeah.
Remember that very well, as it happened yesterday.
Cantabella?
Would you mind telling us what you saw?
Eve! Espella! Are you alright?
Daddy!
Eve! What on earth happened here?
It was Bazella! Bazella the witch!
Bazella? What are you talking about?
Brazella comes out whenever someone rings the bell, right?
What have you done? You didn't...
Oh, please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at Isabella.
Eve said it with the most serious look on her face. Please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at her. She said that. I grasped the situation. I realized what had transpired in the belfry. And I thought to myself, I must protect these children.
Eve. I'm so sorry, Eve. Espella.
Spella, sweetie.
Dad, please forgive me. You've done all this for me.
Spella, you're with us again.
All this for me.
Oh well. At last, it would appear we are one step away from the truth.
Professor, you seem to already know what that truth is.
Why? That remains to be seen. Continue the interrogation, and we shall all know soon enough. Very well, the court agrees with Inquisitor Layton. Witness, continue your testimony.
As you wish. Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so we went up to the belfry.
I'll strength abandoned us and we didn't know what to do. Wait, am I supposed to press everything again?
Hold it.
You need to both pendants to access the belfry, correct? Spella asked me to bring my mother's pendant, so I did. Contraption. The master puzzle solver, blah blah blah. Festival celebration. Ray started the mechanism for ringing bell was at height even we could reach. Spella is awake now, so maybe it might be a bit different. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where she reacts to it then. Little girl can ring the bell easily. I intend to make it so the bell would only be rung on special occasions. Love how the poses shift between fluidly when going through the cross-examination. Oh, it's so good. Divide the key to 2 components, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to make sure we're not going over the same dialogue we just saw. Next thing I remember, coming to, running a spell aside. You fell unconscious, I was struck. Believe so. Particular condition caused instant reaction. I wouldn't call the music upbeat. I would say it's more intense. Shaking until she finally opened her eyes. So it was you who woke Espella up. Yes, it was you. Now cold. Came to, she turned to look at the town to that nightmarish view stretching out before it. There it is!
Hang on.
Excuse me, Espella. Espella, are you okay? Yes, everything's fine.
My apologies for bringing back such troubling memories. Nevertheless, must endeavor to face them and overcome the power they hold over you.
Yes, I remember it now. The fire dragon. I summoned it because I'm Bazilla.
No, Isabella, it was an illusion.
No, you're wrong, Dad. It wasn't an illusion. It was a fact. If I hadn't rung the bell, none of this would have happened. Bazilla is the bringer of disaster, and that's what I've done to our town.
The accused runs away! Quick, after her! He's run into the bell tower! Darn it, she locked herself in! It's no use! We'll have to break down the door to get in. Oh, that girl, she's gone into... Really? We're making jokes about this right now. She's gone and dibble-chub herself.
Stay away from me!
Espella?
Espella, be careful! It's dangerous up there!
Please, Isabella, come down.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I have no right to be here. Nick, Isabel's going to do something crazy!
I can see that. What the heck what can I do? Isabella, please, do not make any hasty decisions.
Mr. Layton?
The truth is close now. Be brave for a little while longer.
The truth? As if it wasn't clear already. If I hadn't rung that bell, everything would have been fine.
Objection.
You shouted objection at her? Okay. May be mistaken. You still don't know the whole story.
Huh?
Isn't that so, Mr. Wright? I had the same feeling when I was listening to Eve's testimony. I think I realized what they're getting at too. I don't think Espella rung the bell. I felt something was not right.
Really? I thought that was pretty much it.
Pieces of the puzzle that don't yet fit are themselves the hints to the solution.
No way. You mean Espella didn't ring the bell?
Yeah, I think I know what the answer is.
What? Nonsense. Of course she did.
As it stands, it's hard to say for sure that she didn't ring the bell. However, we've got evidence that will clear any doubts.
Show us this so-called evidence you claim to have, then.
I think I know what the answer is, but I don't think I know what the solution. I don't know the evidence for it.
What do you think proves Espella didn't ring the bell?
Is it actually the top floor device? It says a device for ringing the bell of ruin. Even a child can use it.
Take that!
Espella, can you hear me?
Yes?
Where you're standing right now is the same spot from where you saw this fire dragon. Oh! It's the positioning!
Yes, that's right.
This freight work here is the same as what I saw from that day.
When I look at it now, it seems so small, even adorable.
Defense? What does this have to do with anything? As you recall, no doubt recall, Mr. Contabella told us that people who drink the groundwater here, suffer from a condition. Gaddy, we learned a lot of shit. Kojin typed it up above. After the bell sounded, Kojin, do you want to repeat it if you want? You recovered consciousness sooner than Espella. Thank you, Kojin. You ran to her side and shook her awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the fire dragon. We're in the midst of a storyteller hypnotizing the entire town for the last 10 years to try and cover up Isbella's trauma because she believes she caused the whole town to burn down 10 years ago by ringing the bell during a big bonfire celebration, causing the whole town to pass out and everyone dying. The storyteller and Belduke are friends. Their daughters are Isbella and Darklaw, respectively. Also, Darklaw's name is Eve. She's not a cat. The water was laced with meth, yes. In other words, if it was Isbella who rang the bell, that would mean the device for ringing the bell must be very close to the fretwork of the dragon. Isbella, can you please check that for me? See if the contraption is located near the dragon fretwork. Okay, give me a minute. Mr. Wright! Isbella, did you find it? I don't know if it's the right thing, but there's something on the other side of the belfry. A contraption with a handle. You found out via her search for a voice actor? Fair. What? On the other side? Whoops. That's right. I figured there was something weird when we went up to the bell tower, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. No way! You see where I'm going with this, don't you, Miss Belduke? If it was Isbella who rang the bell, there's no way she could have seen the fire dragon when she woke up. No, this can't be right. Excellent deduction, Mr. Wright. Miss Darklaw. Seems that everything is now clear as day. What do you mean? Why, of course. I mean the answer to the question of who rang the bell. It was her. It had to be. What do you say, Mr. Wright? It looks like we arrived at the same conclusion. We now know that only one person could have done it.
Wait! What good will saying it out loud do?
Is there a problem, Mr. Contabella? Wasn't your daughter who rang that bell? Should that not lift some burden off your shoulders? Are you not curious to know the name of the true culprit who had pinned the blame on your daughter all this while? How about you stop taunting us? Just say the name already! Who is this true culprit? Let's do it, Professor. Are you ready? I don't want to... I don't know how I feel about this. I really don't. I am always ready, Mr. Wright. It's time to set things straight. The person who rang the bell is... Well...
Have a look.
It's you, Eve Belduke. Me? But there were only the two of you in the belfry at the time. You know that better than anyone. And as if it wasn't Espella who rang the bell. Had to be you. That's preposterous! It can't be true! It was an extremely traumatizing event for both you and Espella. Friend's memories were altered from the shock without her even realizing it. She believed she was a witch who rang the bell, summoned a dragon which incinerated the town. However, Miss Belduke, Espella wasn't the only one whose memories were warped by the horrors you two witnessed. You were affected as well.
No. It wasn't me. Espella, she rang the bell. It was her, not me. But why? What are these flashbacks? I've never had these before.
What's the matter? I don't want to do this now. We'll be taken over by Bezella. Bezella is just a fairy tale. And you're the one who said you wanted to come and ring the bell. I did, but I changed my mind. Hey? After coming all this way? Oh. Hmm?
T is rated T.
That nightmare was too much for two young girls to take in. Your young minds needed to protect themselves. That's why you subconsciously repressed those memories.
No, Lindea, if you recall correctly, the storyteller wanted Kira to say that she was Bezella. Espella wasn't involved at all.
Then, if that's true, for the past 10 years, I've been pinning the blame for what I've done on Espella. It can't be. It can't be true. It's impossible!
Ah!
Darkloss just disappeared.
She's donned the invisibility robe.
High Inquisitor Darklaw, she's run away. But did you hear that? It was her that once destroyed this town. Our lives have already been messed up so much. We don't need this now. She's gotta pay for what she did. Capture her. I don't think that's what Isabella wants, though.
Oh, Nick, look at the bell tower. Isabela's gone.
No, she's on the roof.
I beg you, don't blame Eve. It really doesn't matter anymore who rang the accursed bell. This town was all created for me. It's my fault you've all been used and suffered so much.
Bella, what are you saying? Please, come down right now. You haven't done anything wrong. It was all my fault.
Dad, I know that you did this for me.
Can I just say I really appreciate that Arthur is blaming himself rather than saying it was like Eve's fault. That's actually really cool. I like that a lot.
You've been so kind to me. And what did I do? I selfishly ran away from home.
Bella.
I will finish your story for you. The evil witch will be gone forever, and everyone will live happily ever after. Dad, thank you for everything you've done for me.
Game? Please?
Wait! Don't do it, Espella!
What are you... Isn't that... Darklaw?
Where the hell have you been, Luke?
Eve, why would you? I finally remembered everything I've done.
You're not the only one who remembered. You still have the pendant.
Yes, of course. That's because... somehow I always knew it was important to me.
Isabella.
You kept your pendant as well, didn't you, Eve?
For some reason, I just couldn't let it go.
Isabella! Miss Darklaw!
Quick! They'll fall if we don't do something!
Let's go. We have to save them.
No, you won't make it there in time.
Why?
The wooden handrail Eve's holding onto is rotted through. We need some sort of magic to save them.
No way!
Magic, you say?
Layton?
Got an idea, Professor?
If a bit of magic is all that's needed to save these two young ladies, then perhaps that is something I can arrange.
What?
What? You can?
Are you gonna throw your hat?
You have to let go! Otherwise you'll fall too!
What?
Professor?
What? What? What did you just do? What's going on here? Anyone? Professor, you're a sorcerer! No, Miss Faye.
We have already established that magic doesn't exist, even in this town.
But then, how did you just do that?
Do you have just what you have just seen? Was the last and greatest illusion within Labyrinthia.
What? What the hell is going on?
Magic is but an illusion, and this illusion has been produced through the power of suggestion and Labrellum's medication.
What?
Everyone in Labyrinthia has been under this particular magic spell. Now then, shall we break this spell?
What are you on? Magic is the last mystery to be solved. What do you mean we solved magic earlier? What do you mean that it's the last?
You've seen through all my tricks, Layton. I wouldn't have done it without the vital hint you gave me when we spoke in your tower. Final spell is concealed at the start.
Okay, so what does that mean?
As you know, all the spells are listed within this book.
Right, the Grand Grimoire.
Now, what did Mr. Cantabella mean by the start?
The front cover?
Precisely, Mr. Wright. Final spell shall dispel the illusion. Correct incantation is hidden on the front cover itself.
Well then, Mr. Wright. This is the final puzzle. Soon, a new day will begin for the townspeople. Let us put an end to this illusion. Once and for all.
Yeah!
Oh god, it's a puzzle! Puzzle number 70! It's 90 Pickerats! The final spell! Hidden on the cover of the Grand Grimoire are the characters that spell out the true magical incantation. Select the characters on the touchscreen and slide them over to counterparts on the tome's cover to make them vanish. The grand finale approaches. Remove the extra magical characters from the Grand Grimoire's cover to reveal the hidden incantation. What? Select the characters on the touchscreen and slide them over their counterparts on the tome cover to make them vanish. Touch a character on the touchscreen below to make it appear on the upper screen. Slide the character around with stylus on the touchscreen and move it on the upper screen. Tap close. Okay. Try to match the character with its counterpart on the upper screen. Be careful, the symbols come in all shapes and sizes, making them quite difficult to spot. Find all the hidden characters on the upper screen to unveil the hidden incantation. Yeah, this is a tricky one because I don't entirely know where I'm supposed to be looking. When did you last save? I don't remember. Yeah, what Wolf said. They cannot be rotated, but they have they do. Okay, here's the thing. You can't rotate them on the bottom screen, but they will rotate as you hover over them. That's basically what I need to do here. Wow, they can also be different sizes too. That's really awkward. Wow, that was hidden in the background! I only realized it because I saw a dot there! Alright, there we go.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
No objections.
Cute. Funny. A lot of crazy shit happened alive.
The sun is rising, and when it does, its light will reveal the truth behind Labyrinthia's mysteries.
Now, Professor?
Yes. Shall we, Mr. Wright? Tail Ender!
What? What? What is going on?
This is the real magic behind Labyrinthia.
Excellent work, my boy.
Huh? Hey, it's Luke!
What? So Luke was operating the crane? What? But where did the cranes come from? Who was hiding the cranes? I'm so confused. I need a drink.
Hang on a second. The town's full of machinery?
I can't post that clip, Dirt Dog. The clip is too much spoilers. They're way too. This is total spoilers. Thank you, Alive.
So much for magic. It was all done with these machines.
But what was covering up these machines?
That's right. With magic, witches can fly, buildings can disappear. Those are no easy feats to stage. To make all those incredible things real, we needed a great deal of machinery.
Couldn't he have just, I don't know, made the magic a bit simpler?
A witch would say the incantation, and shades would stop time with their silver bells.
And they'd go wild with these machines, making all sorts of crazy stuff happen. That's so cool. I'd love to try it.
I took a quick crash course before operating the machines. Not bad, hey?
What? Luke, you're 13 years old.
Yes, Luke. What would we do without you?
So when's my turn? I want to pick something up off the ground and make it fly through the air.
I wish you'd stop looking at me when you say that, Maya.
Well, in any case, I think we should head back to the courthouse.
I guess he was studying while the trial was going on.
Right you are, Professor. The judge might have fallen asleep waiting for us.
I'm so confused.
The sun has risen above Labyrinthia and has shown us our town's true form. Well, I really don't think there's any need for a verdict anymore. The witches on trial weren't witches after all. I am deeply relieved that those I have sentenced are still alive and well. At last, I can step down from this seat with a clear conscience. And now, the final verdict in the last witches' court session ever to be held.
Do we get confetti? We got confetti! Yay! That's awesome. I don't know where the confetti's coming from, but I'll take it. Okay. Ring the bell to celebrate. I'm very grateful for your help, Professor. Feeling is mutual, Mr. Wright. A gentleman always fights for the truth. Could not have done otherwise. I would like to congratulate the two of you. Both did splendidly in the court.
Oh, it's the judge.
You've brought to light the truth about this town. Although I still find it astonishing that we could not see all of this. I cannot even begin to imagine how it was achieved.
You were all given a very simple instruction when you were hypnotized. You cannot see pure black. Now, it was... Okay, whatever.
Oh, now I see. These strange contraptions were made from some sort of black metal.
So they had the blackest paint? Yeah, so apparently the way the invisibility worked was black paint. Apparently that's how it worked. You see a red crane, and I want it painted black. So does that mean the storyteller looks naked to a bunch of people? Apparently. Did they not? Why did they not paint the bell tower black? Good question. No, apparently this game claims you can hypnotize people to not see a specific color, so that's how that works. Okay.
Wait just a second. There are plenty of black objects all over Labyrinthia, aren't there? Even Luke is pointing out the insanity of this. Yeah, that's right. My hair's charcoal black too.
Ah, but it's not pure black. Okay. They got chroma. They literally got chroma keyed.
What?
We often perceive as the color black is in fact far from being pure black. What does that mean? Our brains interpret reflections of light as colors. Objects which reflect even the smallest amount of light are not pure black. How are these machines not reflecting color then? Layton actually has a point. This is legit. Okay. But how is it that these machines are pure black then?
Pure black is only encountered within nature as darkness.
Darkness, sir?
Machines used in Labyrinthia are coated in a special material developed by Labyrinthia Inc. It absorbs light without reflecting any. It is the only material that can be said to be pure black.
So it's a made-up substance. Okay. Darkness. No parents. How does it not overheat then? Yeah. Oh, I bet this invisibility robe is also made of that same material, right?
That's correct. And of course, the bell tower was concealed using the very same material as well. When you think about it, this town abound in all things invisible.
Huh?
This Darklaw, or should I say, Miss Belduke.
Yes.
10 long years, your memories have been suppressed.
The truth about what occurred in the Belfry was invisible to me, you say?
Mr. Cantabella and your father knew it all along. They knew who actually rang the bell.
What? Did they really? Is that true, Cantabella?
As we have demonstrated, it was easy to deduce from the situation in the Belfry.
But if he knew that all along, why didn't he say something?
It was, of course, for your own good.
Don't be angry at her!
You were trying to pin the blame for that disaster on Espella.
Yes, I was, but if you knew that, why did you keep quiet about it? If you had only scolded me back then for lying, maybe Espella wouldn't have suffered such trauma.
It was your eyes, Eve.
What?
Your eyes weren't those of a liar. You believed in what you said. Truly thought it was Espella. What you saw was too much for you to bear. Your mind blocked out the real memory of what happened in order to maintain your own sanity. And I called you a liar then. You would have probably have suffered a mental breakdown. Mr. Cantabella and your father created this town. You were mistaken in thinking it was purely for Espella's sake. It was also for you, Miss Belduke. Remember what your father wrote in his suicide note.
I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
I had an argument with my father once. He was always thinking only about the town and paid no attention to me.
So, you moved out and broke off contact with him. But you were wrong about your father. Not a single day passed without him thinking about you. Helped to make the story I was weaving a reality for your sake.
I've been so ignorant.
I was so convinced father was driven to suicide by you.
Your father couldn't bear the sense of guilt he had accumulated over the past 10 years. Even though he killed himself in the end, I believed you were always the most important person to him.
Eve? Espella. Espella, what I did to you is unforgivable. I rewrote your story, putting you through all this. I can't believe I went to such an extreme because of one wrong assumption.
No, it's okay, Eve. I wasn't angry.
You weren't?
You've always been on my side, protecting me. And even today, you saved my life.
Espella.
I also owe you an apology. After all, I forgot about my dearest friend. I'm so sorry, Eve. Ah, there you are, Eve. Where were you?
Your cat's called Eve.
You know what I've just noticed? You two are very much alike. You and Eve the cat.
What? It's all in your head.
It looks like Eve has taken a liking to the other Eve.
You've got that right, and the similarity is really striking.
He actually has cat ears. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
And she had claws. Aww.
My accidental guests, Professor Layton and Mr. Wright.
Yes?
I must say, I am indebted to you.
Don't mention it.
You know, when I started planning my revenge 3 months ago, Mr. Layton was a part of my plans. I needed to lure him to Labyrinthia.
Why me?
You were famous in London, and word of your skills reached me even here. What's more, you specialize in mysteries. So I thought that if you came to this town, you'd feel compelled to solve ours.
Well, I am honored.
Wait, so what happened to Carmine? Is Carmine dead? Is Carmine still alive somewhere? Where the hell did he go? Is he dead?
That's cool. And what about me?
Ah, well, about you. How should I put it?
Oh my god! No freaking way! Are you serious? Are you about to admit that a Phoenix was just an accident? Phoenix was an accident, wasn't he?
Your arrival here was purely accidental.
Oh my god!
You mean it wasn't planned?
As you know, Espella escaped and got involved in that incident on the freighter. As a consequence, I had no choice but to bring you here.
I see. I shouldn't have asked. My fragile pride has suffered yet another blow.
Aw, poor Phoenix. Just Phoenix lot in life. The early story, you're pretty sure that them saying Carmine's just in the hospital? Okay, as long as Carmine's not dead, we're fine here.
Nick, you can't escape your fate. You're doomed to always find trouble if it doesn't find you first.
How about some words of sympathy for a change?
am terribly sorry. The only thing on my mind the last 3 months was revenge.
Whatever your intentions were, the last witch trial has ended in the best possible way for this town. You were correct in your judgment. You always are.
You're too kind to me.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Eve, for opening my eyes.
Sorry to break up this little happy ending, but I've sort of got an important question. Why were you going to end the story?
Only Newton knew the real reason. I am suffering from an incurable illness.
Oh, of course he is.
What?
Dad, you're ill. Is it serious?
It is a rare disease with no known cure.
Why didn't you tell me? Had I known...
I wanted this to be my secret. I suppose that was a bad decision on my part.
Why is this family full of bad decisions?
I thought I'd finish the story before I died and lay the foundations for a new world. Honestly, I was desperate. I didn't much care about Labyrinthia anymore.
Dad, why did it have to happen to you? Especially now that we're finally back together.
Cheer up, Espella.
How can I?
Labrellum's new drug development center contacted me a short while ago. They have succeeded in creating a new medicine, thanks to Belduke's research. It's a top-secret wonder drug for my illness.
A wonder drug?
Newton had been working on finding a cure for my illness until the very end. It would seem that the cure was his final gift to me.
Oh, well, that's convenient. Why even bring this up? Well, like literally, no, seriously, what's the point? Like, imagine a plot point at the very end of a story. It's like, oh yeah, I'm dying, but it's okay. I have the cure already. It's like, oh, that's cool. What's the point of bringing this up? It was to explain why the story was ending? I guess, that's fair.
Newton was the truest friend I ever had. I'm going to undergo surgery. Do not fear, I shall return. So stop making that sad face, Espella.
He was leaving one last gift to Arthur. It's been a while, but you might be right about that, Ruby.
Dad, will everything be back to how it once was?
Of course it will.
And Eve, will you still be my friend?
Give her a hug. Aww.
Thank you.
No, I want to be your wife. Can we give Espella a pet cat for real? I mean, she does have a pet cat. No reason not to keep her. I'm gonna drop by Mrs. Claire's bakery. I've got so much to tell her. You mind if I go, Dad? It won't take long.
Of course not. Please do.
Looks like Eve wants to come too. What? Oh, you mean the cat. Yow.
So technically only one person died. Yeah. Yeah.
Espella, mind if we tag along? Not at all. You're welcome to come. Awesome. Let's just get some tasty baked bread out of this. I wonder if we're going to get there for a different reason. Anyway, I'll be off then, Professor.
Has access to mind-controlling drugs? Yeah, but you also have to, like, force them to, like, consume the water from this town. Pass on my regards to Mrs. Eclair, Luke. Yeah, literally only one person died in this entire story. And it wasn't even a murder. So, what's gonna happen to the town? I've released everyone from their hypnosis. They will soon recover the memories of their lives before Labyrinthia. But Barnum, he's still in the dungeon as far as I remember. As of today, Project Labyrinthia is over. I see. They are free to leave, if they so wish. I imagine they will make a run for it. This place will turn into uninhabited ruins, just like it was 10 years ago.
I have some doubts about that.
Your Honor!
Sounds like everyone was hypnotized from unhypnotized, though.
Is an artificial creation of yours. Nonetheless, to us Labyrinthians, the past 10 years were real.
No one can yet tell how this town will change. However, it is possible that some people will want to stay. Who knows? Perhaps you will find yourself creating a new town along with them.
A new town, you say? I am no longer the judge, but, if possible, I would like to remain here. You have my gratitude, Your Honor. You need not address me as Your Honor anymore, Sir Storyteller.
I like the judge.
And so, the last witch trial has drawn to a close.
What did
Mr. Wright,
Oh.
Mr. Layton, and my father talk about? That I do not know. But Dad made a promise to me. Once everyone recovers their memories and he is cured of his illness, he will return to write a new story with everyone's help. This time, the story will be real without any lies or illusions. Huh?
And suddenly everyone passes out, right? Aw, it's all the characters.
What a beautiful sound.
almost as if it's ringing in a new beginning for the town.
Thank you, Eve.
Oh, she's so pretty! Pretty!
Okay then. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Barnum.
Wait, what? Wait, he just drives a boat now?
Thank you all so much for everything.
Oh no, he's hot and he has a cute doggo.
Mr. Cantabella, bye!
Be sure to visit us again.
You can bet on it!
I wish all of you the very best.
And they never visit ever again.
Mr. Wright, I knew I could count on you to stand your ground and fight me to the very end.
Me too. I always believed in you, Professor. And I know it's why we managed to get to the mysterious truth behind this town.
When we get back to England, we'll drop by and see you, Luke.
Great! I'll show you around London.
Oh god, he's actually hot. I would love them to cross over again. It's never going to happen, but I'd love to. Or at least a port of this game. Oh! Ace Attorney Director Shu Takumi! Nice! Initial trailers had Layton and Wright being suspicious of each other at start. Game went through 1 million rewrites, I heard. I like how the town... Oh, hang on a second. Let me reverse the screens. Yeah, look at that. Like, they built up statues of Golden Layton and Phoenix. That's great. Oh my god. This game is fun, but man, there is so many plot holes that I can point out about this story. There are so many times where I'm like, oh my god, these characters are adorable. And there's also a few gameplay gripes I have with this game. Mostly into trial sections. I really didn't like the trial sections in this game, going to be real. Which is annoying because I mostly picked up this game because of the fact I wanted to play the trials. A lot of the puzzles were piss easy. I think there was like maybe 1 or 2 puzzles out of 70 puzzles that weren't easy. And normally Professor Layton puzzles are a lot more tricky than that. So that's a little disappointing on that front. Oh, hey, look at that. Foxy is a presenter now with the judge. That's cool. And with Birdley there. Wait, where's Bardley? Takumi took these trial mechanics and made them more refined than Great Ace Attorney. I did hear Great Ace Attorney is a lot better, so I definitely want to try that out. The rat tail puzzle was mostly me being not observant. You're playing through Last Spectre right now. You got stunned by an early game puzzle? Yeah.
You know, Professor, I feel like I've just finished reading a really long story.
Indeed, Luke. I know what you mean. It certainly was an enthralling adventure.
I've been streaming for 40 hours.
Back in Labyrinthia are getting on. I'd love to go back and see them. Although, I'd rather not have to be sucked into a book to get there.
Perhaps we should ask Carmine to come along with us.
Great! It's a real relief he recovered from all of his injuries. But he was a bit put out when he found out you'd already solved all the town's secrets, Professor.
Well, we mustn't forget that we didn't solve them all by ourselves. We couldn't have done it without the help of our friends across the Atlantic.
I wonder what they're doing right now. Battling away in a courtroom somewhere?
I'd wager they may well be, Luke. At any rate, we must make our own preparations. There's a brand new case that requires our attention, and that means a brand new set of puzzles to be solved, my boy.
Hold it! What's the matter, Wright? Or are you still in a holiday kind of mood? Perhaps your mind is as clouded as the English sky.
Any hints, Maya?
Not really. If only the professor were here. I think at this point you've got to use that patented spell of yours, Nick.
Patented spell?
Hello, Earth to Nick. Just when we think it's all over, you always use it to turn the tables.
Ah, got it. I just have to close my eyes and say the magic word. Luckily, I don't need a witch's scepter for this one.
Save the chit-chat for later, right? I've almost missed that utterly annoying spell of yours. Fine, let's hear it then.
Just take a deep breath and give it all you've got.
Well, here goes. Objection!
There it is. Oh boy. A very appropriate ending for Ace Attorney for sure. You always on it and then an objection. Final count 261. Let's go, everyone. All right. That being said, though, Bermsai, if you're still here, question. There's a post game, isn't there? I don't think we're done with the game. I think there's a post game, right? Yeah, the credits flow really nicely between the screens. I'm very impressed. There was DLC you can download when you finish the game, remember? Yes. Here's my question, Bermsai. If I download it, will it require another stream to stream, or should I do it right now? Because if not, we're ending the stream. Can I just say, I think the best thing about this game is probably the music. The music is so damn good. Do it right now, it's not long enough for a whole stream. All right, guys, I guess we're going overtime. We got some post-game to take care of. I don't know how long it's going to take to download, but we'll give it a shot. Oh! This game was animated by Studio Bones? For people who don't know who Studio Bones is, they're the team who does the animation for Full Metal Alchemist and My Hero Academia. I didn't realize Bones animated the cutscenes. That's cool. No wonder they're so well animated. They're really good when it comes to action scenes, so I didn't even realize that they were animating for this. That's awesome. I don't know why, but I thought this game was been animated like by Madhouse or something like that. Oh yeah, the music box rendition of Turnabout Sisters actually got me to cry. That was really good. I love that. I love that moment so much. Probably my favorite moment in the whole game. Oh yeah, Studio Bones also did Soul Eater as well. That is correct. Whew. All right then. My actual final overall thoughts about this game though is it's a really fun story. It is full of plot holes. A billion plot holes that I can point out. And y'all heard me point out the plot holes. But I think I think that's just what you expect out of Professor Layton games. A lot of Professor Layton games don't make a lot of sense if you think about them too hard. But it's really good in presentation. I think this is a greatly presented game, really good music, really fun characters, very visually distinct and very fun. I think I just really appreciate the style that this game has. A lot of fun times. And it also has a lot of really good characters, and I love that so much. The only Ace Attorney case you can think of that's full of plot holes is 2-2. Was 2-2 was that Turnaround Big Top, or was that 2-3? I'm trying to remember what 2-2 was. What has more plot holes, Layton or Ace Attorney? Both. Big Top was 2-3. What was 2-2 again? I forget. It's been a while since I played 2, so I can't quite remember. By the way, Edgeworth in the credits is why you were able to conclusively place this at the end of the game between Investigations 1 and 2. Fair enough. Oh, 2-2 was the one that introduced Crane Village? Yeah, I see a few plot holes in there, actually, now that I think about it. It did introduce Pearly, that is true. Oh my god, it's an orchestral version of Turnabout Sisters, my love. I love it so much. What was plot holy there? I don't think I can really say without spoilers. It's not as bad as this game, in my opinion, when it comes to plot holes, though. Yay! Done. The Capcom composer for this game will return as the Duology's main composer. That's cool. I approve. Play through the entirety of Justice for All right now? Ah, yes. Sure. Bean. The Great Witch Bezella was a fictional character created by the storyteller to protect the young Isabella from trauma. This spawned the many mysteries that followed. They no longer need Bezella, nor the witches or witchcraft that were essential to her existence. Well, that's all mystery solved. And final Pickerat count. 4,970. Well done, you've just cleared the game. You may now make a special game clear save data file. When you load the data from this file, you will give it a choice of 2 starting points. The first is within the underground ruins. From there, you'll be able to access the town and wander around freely, searching for hint coins and unsolved puzzles. Second choice is the climax of the epilogue. This is ideal for those who would like to experience the game's finale one more time. You'll be able to restart with maximum credibility, so even if you run short this time around, you'll still have a chance to pick up those vital Pickerats you missed. Bonuses? What are the bonuses? I don't know what the bonuses are. What happens if I load the data? I don't, or I was about to say, oh! It's an art book of all the backgrounds! That's cool! Movies. You get every single anime cutscene at the bottom. Nice. Music. Put on some headphones and enjoy the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney soundtrack. Nice.
A pleasure. Your Honor, I request that the court hold its verdict a moment longer. I have reason to believe that a witch will appear here soon. I expect you to defend Miss Cantabella with everything you've got, Mr. Let us put an end to this illusion.
Beating the game again replaces Edgeworth with Finch in the credits. Flinch in the credits. Edgeworth was here was a reference to the GBA version of Ace Attorney 1 that ended exactly like that. Makes sense. Wait, why did they replace Edgeworth with Flinch then? What's the point? Flinch was the prosecutor of the very first case for Phoenix. He's basically the tutorial guy like Winston Payne is. Oh my god, hang on! Look at the little save screen. It shows like Phoenix and Layton shaking hands while grayed out for some reason. Excuse me. Extra content! Extra content! The extra game content key will be downloaded via the internet. No extra data is present on the SD card, so new data will be created. Downloaded complete. Latest data received. I'm just making sure I downloaded everything. No new content found. Oh wow, there's a whole bunch of special episodes. And some special galleries? Oh! This is the special content that you unlock. Yeah, so this is like basically concept art. So like here's Professor Layton and Luke in Ace Attorney style. There's a little why is Professor Layton a robot? Why is Professor Layton a robot? Those special episodes and galleries are the post game you're referring to. Got it. So Phoenix and Maya in Layton style. Adorable. Adorable. At first we were considering changing the looks of the characters when they visit each other's games universe. Alright. You know what? Hang on. Let's go to the top. Or not. How do I want to go about this? Let's look at this. Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri from Capcom, character designer and art director. I'm proud to present some of the designs from this game. And we have an Ace Attorney Layton. There was a long process of trial and error before we got to the first design. Why did we draw that toy Layton? Well, that's a mystery. What comes next in the Limit verse? Depending on when I get my copy, we might be doing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 next. But if not, I'm thinking I might, do a short game. I haven't decided yet. I'll give you guys a heads up on that. So it's either Xenoblade 3 or a super short game. Layton had already appeared in 3D before, but we had to start from scratch with Phoenix. It took us a while to get his 3D look just right. These are the drafts for the anime cutscenes. The designs were very simple, so I adjusted the shading and colors. The character's body proportions were also tweaked. The sketches drawn by the animator were cute, but as it was the first time that Ace Attorney characters were animated, I had a few touches to make them more official looking. I was checking and correcting the drafts every day, and I felt sorry for the animators, but revisions are very important, as they greatly contribute to the final design. One of the first designs for Isabella, it was suggested that the game world would be like a fairy tale. The hood was supposed to give Isabella a medieval look. Yeah, apparently this was the first 3D Phoenix. my god, oh my god, I would have actually died if they went with this design. That's actually super cute. I love it. As Espella was getting new face designs, we put an emphasis on her silhouette to make her easily recognizable. She's drawn here as a prison runaway, hence the chain. Espella in cape. When we decided on the witch trial theme, Espella's design was based on Red Riding Hood and Joan of Arc. The gauntlet was covering the brand, marking her as a witch. The final design. These were also the drafts for the cutscenes. We were told to remove her gauntlet as it made her look like a warrior. The rest is unchanged from the previous draft. As well as expressions for her cutscenes with my comments about the drafts on her presentation. We wanted to make the transition from cutscenes to 3D models smooth. Wow! The first prosecutor in the game is not a knight, but I wanted a man character in the medieval part to be a knight. So I was very happy when we got Barnum the Inquisitor. He was originally just the Knight's commander, and for a long time we weren't sure how to handle him. Did you see the bite marks on his right gauntlet and his shock animation? Wait, does he actually have that? As a main character, sorry. As the storyteller's symbol is the owl, Barnum was inspired by another bird of prey, the falcon. We expressed that through his irises, haircut, helmet, and armor. I see Darklaw used to have an eye patch, okay. Darklaw concept art. We submitted a lot for Darklaw's designs to director Takumi for approval. We adopted a process of elimination. So the first designs were multifarious. Darklaw concept art. I had my own favorite too. This is the design I like the most. It's different from the first drafts, but it's still quite rough. Finally, we went to the themes of a morning dress, witchcraft, black cat, and leather armor to stress her role as the Shade's leader. He was originally an assassin too. This design of Darklaw was the High Inquisitor was made a long time after the Dark version. She uses the same gauntlets when she appears as the Great Witch. Darklaw's expressions. I drew the middle bottom face thinking that I'd love to see that in anime cutscenes. It's also my favorite of Darklaw's expressions. Eve the cat. The original idea was that the other Eve would not really exist. Only Espella would see her. But it was so sad! And I'm glad in the end she was given the shape of a cat. Aww. That would have been really sad if it actually turned out, oh hey, you were imagining your pet cat the entire time. We made many drafts of the storyteller before deciding on this one. His design was inspired by the owl, which symbolizes wisdom. Thus the distinct labyrinthian flavor. His facial expressions have the air of a neurotic genius. The mask covers burns from the fire. The brooch design hints at his double life. We look up what each gemstone symbolizes before putting them in the game. The one on the storyteller's mask is a peridot, which stands for clods. The original copy of Historia Larentia and the basis for the story. It called for a regal elaborate design. The quill also serves as the key to the lock. Eat. It is a very important scene, so we put a lot of work into the details, drawing it from different angles. You can't see it in the cutscene, but the parade is followed by an orchestra. We wanted to present the storyteller as a ruler, the king of Labyrinthia. The chariot design is inspired by Viking boats, owls, and the shades, symbolized by hidden eyes. The armor-clad horses stand out in the parade, so we made their designs very detailed too. Barnum has an elite white warhorse. The chariot-pulling ones are the biggest. Flags used for the parade are based on medieval coats of arms, but with modern military colors. Symbolic quills and swords featuring on the flags. You legit wonder how Pete got out of town without people knowing? Probably got on a boat. Like what happened with us. Phoenix is wearing Mrs. Leclerc's apron, and Maya is Bella's. Unfortunately, the appliques on the apron pockets are not very noticeable in the game. I just realized Phoenix's has a little sunflower like his attorney badge. That's pretty cute. You like these little notes from the artist? A lot of games just throw the concept art at you with no explanation. Yeah. Applique. Applique. Thank you, Alive. The judge known from the Ace Attorney series. We first experimented with a Da Vinci-like design, but we drew him with the hood on. It was just so perfect. We drew about 20 labyrinthians of different height, occupations, and age. Capcom and Level 5 were working together on balancing out stylization and realism. We were working on these characters before the script was done, seeing what kind of characterization they got in-game. We were really thrilled. Kira and Wordsmith started out as mere townsfolk. We strove for balance when picking them for witnesses for the trial in Chapter 2. Cecil and Petal. We wanted to make these two endearing, but also a bit unusual. Petal has a very short temper, but she takes good care of her younger brother Cecil. Told to draw a courier, so we created a character that looks cheerful and serious about her job. When it turns out she'd be a witness, we touched up her outfit. I designed Riddell pretty much the way I wanted. As she's the puzzle master and you get to talk to her a lot, I want her to be very unique and memorable. I think she's adorable. I love her design. So pretty. The knights were based on a generic modern knight image. The simple look was balanced with a comic-style owl-themed outfit. These guys take over Chapter 8! What's-his-name was based on a koala. Wordsmith has been revamped as a master swordsman with a sheathed sword on his back. Doesn't even want to talk about Foxy at all. Fair enough. Bolstrom thinks his time has come in the Barnum list's last chapter. He was added to the game as a late stage, but I think we managed to give him plenty of personality. Barnum's dog. We must not forget or get bitten by Barnum's faithful dog, Constantine. This adorable faithful model, Football's model, was my own pet dog. Aww. It was based on the art creator. That's cute. No, don't bite! No! Very cute. This is the Great Witch from the opening. To give her a actually learn something. The ankle biter isn't actually a kid. He's a middle-aged man who acts like a thick accent. Makes sense. This is Great Witch from the opening. To give her a mysterious aura, the only notable features are the iridescent eye and golden gauntlets. The Great Witch was really dark law, so we used some subtle cat motifs in her design. Cat ears, fur around the neck, claws. I wish she moved like a cat too. The Great Witch as she appeared in Labyrinthia. The idea was that she was seen differently in the opening because of the ink's effects. The golden gauntlets are the same. Simple but invoking connotations of sorcery, the ice symbols relate to the fact that the shades were invisible to the townsfolk. It also indicates a connection with the Great Witch. Since Carmine is a friend of Professor Layton, I want to make him Layton-esque. But level 5 requested that I redo him as a cool Ace Attorney style character. Interesting, but okay. Any kid that was born within the last 10 years would need to be given to hypnosis. Oi, you didn't see poor Black, okay? Pretty much, yeah. Told that Carmine's appearance in the game was very short, I drew him and got told he looked like the type that dies in the opening. So I had to change his design. Johnny and Olivia. God, Olivia still has a fantastic design. I love her. Smiles has gone a long way from the first design. He was a guy in his prime years. As for Olivia, it was my long-awaited chance to create a fiery female character. These are the characters from the first trial? Yes, they were, Lindea. Prosecutor Flinch. Flinch has the standard Ace Attorney first trial prosecutor look, but with a London touch and lots of confidence, hence his smart outfit with a casual bow tie. The judges. Ace Attorney judges look so rugged, but I thought that the London judge would belong to the Layton world, and so I made him more cuddly and lovable. Cute. Chu Takumi would say, Zavari! Look at teacher Eve and her student Despella straight out of Alcol school. Alcoot. Ah, Zavari. Although Belduke appears only in cutscenes showing the past, he's one of the key characters in the story, so we aimed for a grand and memorable design. Shu Takumi is actually Luke at me. Surprise! Older Grail. Grail's clothing was chosen by Belduke, and if you look closely, you'll notice that their outfits have something in common. Hiding her long hair was tricky. Little Grail grew up in a poor but loving family, and we tried to convey that through her design, and by that way, we had sketches of little Barnum. Sorry for the tease. Little Espilla was a spontaneous child, while Eve acted like her older sister. I hope each of the girls fit in with her father's character. Epilogue, Barnum and Darklaw. These versions of... Oh my god, I want to die. Ah! What was I? Right. Briefly appear in the ending. Freed from their inner demons and their responsibilities in Labyrinthia, they look cheerful and refreshed. And hot! Appears at the start of cross-examination. We mostly use a 3D model, so only the eyes from this illustration is shown in that animation. Someone send you these screenshots. You can capture it yourself in Nevada Live. Barnum's proud face. The sharp eyes betrays the playful, mischievous nature of an attractive, sporty prosecutor. Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. She wears a golden gauntlet like her father. I was very keen on her claw slam animation. It's just the top half of the picture. Oh! Oh! Larry? For some time, we were planning to have Edgeworth and Butts in Labyrinthia too. Alas, the idea had to be scrapped, like so many other things we had come up with. Oh, so apparently Larry and Edgeworth were going to be part of the story originally too. We were robbed. This was only a cursory introduction to our designs, intended to give you some insight to the design process at Labyrinthia. I hope you enjoyed. Cheers! Wait, do you see that superhero phoenix right on the top left there? What the hell is that? What are these witches? Yeah, Phantom Thief Phoenix. What the hell? Well, that was actually really interesting to browse through. Okay, we'll go into the bonus stuff in a moment. I'm just going to head into the game real quick. The reason we're heading into the game is because I want to make sure I didn't miss any puzzles. Start from the underground ruins. Okay, so I'm trying to remember. Where can I find Riddell? I think we did all the puzzles, but let me actually double check that. I found 69 out of 69. I think that's all the puzzles. You know what? Hang on. Let me actually double check if that's all the puzzles in the game. Give me a sec. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, puzzle list. Puzzle list. I probably should have done this before I loaded in. Yeah, apparently I did all the puzzles. Cool. In that case, let's just reload and go into the bonus content then. Shouldn't be 70 out of 70. Oh, it's 70. The reason it doesn't count 70 out of 70 is because the save point put me before the final puzzle. That's literally the only reason why. Episode 1, Reunion. Script by Shu Takumi. Production, Takumi Takashi Ito. Programming, level 5. Our story picks up a year after the events of Labyrinthia. Bermsai, before we dive fully into this, are you absolutely sure that I can't finish this in a separate stream? Because I'm a little worried how long this is going to take. There was a lot of episodes. You're sure this isn't going to be that long? If you want to split it off, split it up. No, seriously, how long do you think it'll take? Sorry, guys. I just want to double check, because if I'm here for another 4 hours, I could have saved this for another stream. Give me a sec, guys.
Generosity tea. Expertly brewed too.
Well, we'll just get some tea in the meantime.
Well, thank you so much for the generosity. Dabbing an interim. YouTube recordings are 2.5 hours. I guess you can make a stream of it. Yeah, okay. In that case, we're going to save this for another time. You didn't remember them being that long? Yeah, that's why I asked. All right, everyone. I guess we're not actually done with Phoenix Wright and Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright and Ace Attorney. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. We'll save the bonus stuff for next time then. Again, for people who weren't around for the very beginning of stream, just a heads up. This is the final stream for this week. I am going to be busy on Wednesday and Thursday with some prior engagements, and I'm going to be going to a family member's wedding this Friday morning, so I'm going to be gone the entire weekend, sadly. The earliest the next stream will actually be next Tuesday, as much as I hate to say it. But yeah, next stream will be on Tuesday of next week. Yeah, going to a wedding. Really can't, it's going to be my cousin's wedding. But yeah, next stream will be next week. If there's any changes to the schedule though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up my Discord server where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there. We're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights every single Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't worry, I'll be back on Monday, I think. So, we're going through the Disney Channel, not Disney Channel, Disney live action movies, right now. And the next two movies we are watching are, if I can pull up the list real fast. Sign of Zorro. Yes, we're watching a Zorro movie. I didn't know that Disney made Zorro movies. And Swiss Family Robinson. If anybody wants to check those out with me, I host them in the Discord server on Monday. So if you guys want to consider joining Discord for that, definitely consider that. Anyway, in the meanwhile, I'm gonna go find a raid target. If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. I'm gonna go see who's live. Who is live right now? Let's see here. Oh wow, not a lot of people streaming tonight, actually. I didn't either. I thought Zoro was a One Piece character. Let me make sure this person is still streaming before I raid. Let me confirm something first. We really not have any other raid messages we can go for? I feel like This Is Medieval Times, man, who cares, might be a little too lengthy for my tastes. I generally like to go for shorter raid messages if I can. Nick, we have to cook? You know what? That's not a bad one. I don't think we should... Ooh, something Resident Evil related isn't bad either. You know what? Let's go with Nick, we have to cook. Unless you guys have a better one, I think we're going to go with that. I have never rated this person before, but I don't think I've ever seen them online either. All right, we are rating the incredible Nintendo Capri Sun, who's currently doing a Link to the Past Super Metroid randomizer. I don't think I need to explain who he is, but still, go check him out. He's awesome. So yeah, that's all going to be it for now. Everyone, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I hope you guys had fun. I'm so sorry that I won't be streaming for a week, but know that I'm always thinking about you guys, and I'm always thinking about what I can do to improve the streams. I don't like taking breaks. I love my cousin, but I don't like taking breaks. Y'all have fun without me for a week. Love all y'all. Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Have a good night, everyone.